Professor Messer CompTIA A Core 1 Practice Exam A Study Guide Questions and Answers 2026. Flashcard 1. Which of the following technologies performs best when reading a text-based document in direct sunlight? A. Tablet. B. Smartphone. C. E-reader. D. Augmented reality glasses. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. E-reader. The electronic ink or electronic paper used on e-readers allows their screens to be viewed easily in bright light. Flashcard 2. The printer in the accounting department has stopped all printing processes. The print queue shows that there are 7 jobs in the queue that are waiting to be printed. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Send a test job to the printer and move it to the top of the queue. B. Restart the printer's spooler. C. Install an updated version of the printer driver. D. Delete everything in the queue and resend the print jobs. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Restart the printer's spooler. The print spooler is the software responsible for storing print jobs and sending them to the printer. If the printer spooler has failed or has stopped, then none of the print jobs will be sent to the printer. Flashcard 3. A system administrator has connected an external USB drive to a computer to transfer some documents. When booting the computer, the system tries to boot from the external drive and gives an error message. Which of the following would be the best way to prevent the USB drive from booting? A. Modify the BIOS to boot from the internal hard drive. B. Modify the boot order in Windows Disk Management. C. Rebuild the MBR on the external hard drive. D. Disable the external drive in Device Manager. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Modify the BIOS to boot from the internal hard drive. The boot order is managed in the system BIOS, and one way to avoid the computer from attempting to boot from an external storage device is to move the internal drive to have a higher boot priority. Flashcard 4. A computer has been configured with an SSD, a high-end video adapter, and the maximum amount of RAM. Which of the following would be the most likely use for this computer? A. Thin client. B. Network attached storage device. C. CAD/CAM workstation. D. VDI client. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. CAD/CAM workstation. The graphical designs created by a CAD/CAM computer-aided design/computer-aided manufacturing computer requires high-speed SSD solid-state drive storage, high-end video, and as much RAM as possible. Flashcard 5. A network connection in a conference room was installed years ago, and there's no documentation for the cable run. Connecting a device to the cable results in a successful Ethernet connection, so the other end of the cable should terminate somewhere in the wiring closet. Which of these tools would be the best choice to find the other end of the network connection? A. Cable tester. B. Tone generator. C. Multimeter. D. Crimper. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Tone generator. A tone generator is used to produce an analog tone on the cable, and an inductive probe is used to listen for the tone on the other end of the cable. Flashcard 6. A client's laptop has recently had its internal mini PCIe wireless adapter card replaced. Although Device Manager shows the card working properly, the wireless card management software shows very low signal strength. The wireless card keeps dropping its wireless connection and will not maintain a consistent network link. What is the most likely reason for this problem? A. The mini PCIe card isn't compatible with the laptop. B. The wireless adapter antenna cable isn't connected. C. The operating system doesn't support the wireless card. D. The wireless card is administratively powered off. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer B. The wireless adapter antenna cable isn't connected. The antenna cable connectors are very small, and it's easy to leave them disconnected after working inside of a laptop. A missing antenna cable will cause the wireless signal strength to be very low, and often there's not enough signal strength to reliably send or receive data. Flashcard 7. A user has powered on their computer and received the message operating system not found. A check of the system shows that the hard drive cables are properly connected. Which of the following would be the next best troubleshooting step? A. Boot to safe mode. B. Replace the boot drive. C. Restore from a known good backup. D. Check for removable drives. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer D. Check for removable drives if a USB Universal Serial Bus storage device is connected to a computer and the BIOS basic input/output system is checking USB devices before the primary storage drive. The operating system not found error could appear with some USB devices. To avoid this error, the boot order in the BIOS can be changed, or the USB device can be disconnected during the boot process and reconnected after the operating system has started. Flashcard 8. A user is having an issue with a smartphone not recognizing their location on a map. All other internet and phone features are working properly. Which of the following would be the most likely cause of this issue? A. DPS is disabled. B. The battery is low. C. Wi-Fi is enabled. D. Storage space is low. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer A. GPS is disabled. The GPS Global Positioning System option on a smartphone provides precise location services for apps and utilities. The map feature on the smartphone uses the GPS to help determine the location, speed, and direction of the user. Flashcard 9. A client's laptop sounds like it is booting normally, but nothing appears on the LCD display. After closer inspection, you notice the output is visible, but it's too faint to clearly see anything. What is the most likely cause of this issue? A. Video card. B. Inverter. C. Video driver. D. Power adapter. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer B. Inverter. The inverter powers the CCFL cold cathode fluorescent lamp LCD liquid crystal display backlight, allowing you to easily view the pixels on the display. Most newer laptops will use LED light-emitting diode backlights that use the existing DC direct current power and don't require an inverter. Flashcard 10. A graphics designer is experiencing increasing delays when accessing files on her hard drive. The user maintains a daily backup of all data on the drive. Which of these would be the best next troubleshooting step for this issue? A. Reinstall Windows. B. Perform a hard drive diagnostic. C. Restore from the daily backup. D. Boot to safe mode. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer B. Perform a hard drive diagnostic before making any changes. It would be useful to gather more information about this problem. A hardware diagnostic would determine if the hard drive itself is working properly. If the hard drive is operating normally, the troubleshooting process can then shift to the operating system and software. Flashcard 11. Which of the following would be most likely found on a DVD-ROM? A. Document archive. B. Operating system boot files. C. Read parity files. D. BIOS configurations. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Document archive. The DVD-ROM digital versatile disk read-only memory format has the advantage of a relatively large storage area and the ability to write once and never worry about an accidental deletion. The storage of documents and other files is a common use of DVD-ROM optical disks. Flashcard 12. When a user starts their computer, the screen remains blank and the computer beeps twice. Which of these would be the most likely cause of this issue? A. The boot device is not connected. B. The memory is faulty. C. The operating system has become corrupted. D. The PC is infected with malware. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. The memory is faulty. The post-power on self-test is the initial hardware check that occurs during the startup process. If a major hardware component is faulty, the computer will beep and a message will be displayed on the screen. If the issue is related to a critical component, the computer will not be able to display a message on the screen and instead will beep a certain number of times as a code to specify the error. Flashcard 13. A firewall is configured to block email transfers from a remote server. Which of the following ports is the firewall blocking? A. 443B, 22C, 23D, 25. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. 25. Port 25 is used by SMTP Simple Mail Transfer Protocol to send email messages from devices and transfer those messages between SMTP email servers. Flashcard 14. A technician is connecting a laptop to an LCD projector in a conference room. The display on the laptop works properly, but the projector image is constantly flickering and pixelating. The technician has modified the resolution and refresh rates, but the projector image continues to flicker. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Replace the video cable. B. Disable the laptop display. C. Replace the projector bulb. D. Power cycle the projector. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Replace the video cable. A display issue associated with flickering and poor video quality would commonly point to the connection between the video adapter and the display device. In the case of an LCD liquid crystal display projector, there's sometimes a very long and very worn cable that can cause signal issues to show on the projected image. Flashcard 15. The stylus on a Windows tablet will no longer interact with the user interface. Which of these would be the most likely cause of this issue? A. Digitizer. B. Backlight. C. Antennas. D. Inverter. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Digitizer. The digitizer is the component in a touchscreen that converts the analog input from a fingerprint or stylus into a digital input that can be understood by the computer. If the digitizer is having an issue, then problems will occur with any direct screen input. Flashcard 16. A user in the accounting department needs to output a form on the laser printer that prints on both sides of the page. Which of the following options should be configured in the accounting software? A. Collate B. Orientation C. Duplex D. Resolution. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Duplex. The duplex setting prints the output on both sides of the page, and a printer that supports duplexing will flip the page over without any manual intervention from the user. Flashcard 17. A user needs to connect their laptop to the wired Ethernet network, but the laptop does not have an integrated Ethernet interface. Which of the following would allow the laptop to connect to an Ethernet network? Pick 2A. Docking station B. VGA interface C. USB to Ethernet adapter D. DisplayPort to HDMI cable E. DVI to HDMI adapter F. Bluetooth. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Docking station C. USB to Ethernet adapter. There are a few ways to create a wired Ethernet connection on a laptop computer. Using a docking station is a common solution that provides many different interfaces and often includes the ability to install a full-size PCI Express peripheral component interconnect express adapter. A USB universal serial bus to Ethernet adapter is a simpler solution that only provides an Ethernet interface, but it's much more portable than a docking station. Flashcard 18. A server administrator has received an alert showing that one drive in a RAID 1 array has failed. Which of the following would be the best way to resolve this alert? A. Replace the bad drive and resync the array B. Replace all drives in the array and resync the array C. Replace the bad drive and restore from backup D. Convert the array to RAID 0 and replace the drive E. Replace all drives in the array and restore from backup. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Replace the bad drive and resync the array. A RAID 1 redundant array of independent disks. Level 1 array is a mirrored array, which means that all of the information on one physical drive is also copied and maintained on a separate drive. If one drive fails, then the drive with the redundant data continues to be available. To repair the array, the bad drive needs to be replaced and the data from the redundant drive is synchronized to the new drive. Flashcard 19. A system administrator is building a server for a data center in another country. The server will manage a print queue and provide a local storage partition for temporary file transfers. Which of the following power supply specifications will be the most important for this server? A. Voltage input options B. Number of PCIe connectors C. Modular cabling D. Fan noise rating. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Voltage input options. Connecting to the power source in a different country is an important consideration when selecting a power supply. If the voltage specifications are incorrect, the server may not operate at all or components in the server may be damaged. Many servers use auto-switching power supplies are compatible with the power systems in other countries. Flashcard 20. Which of the following ports are used for file transfers? Select 2A, 21B, 110C, 25D, 23E, 20F, 53. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A, 21 and E. 20 FTP file transfer protocol is a standard method of transferring files across different operating systems. FTP uses TCP Transmission Control Protocol port 21 for control messages and port 20 to transfer data. Flashcard 21. Which of these technologies do not require a backlight to provide a viewable display? A. LCD. B. IPC, OLED, LED. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. OLED. An OLED organic light emitting diode display emits light when a current is provided to an organic compound, so a backlight would not be necessary with an OLED display. Flashcard 22. A system administrator has tripped over an Ethernet cable and the cable's RJ45 connector has broken. Which of the following should be used to resolve this issue? A. Punch-down tool. B. Tone generator and probe. C. Cable tester. D. Crimper. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Crimper. A crimper is used to attach a modular connector to a cable. In this example, a new connector can be reattached to the cable using an RJ45 registered jack type 45 crimper. Flashcard 23. A network administrator is troubleshooting a network outage, and she believes that the issue is related to a bad switch. The old switch is replaced with a newer model and the cabling is moved to the new switch. Which of the following should be the next troubleshooting steps? Choose 2A. Test the theory. B. Verify full system functionality. C. Establish a plan of action. D. Identify the problem. E. Document the findings. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Verify full system functionality, and E. Document the findings. Once the theory has been tested, a plan of action has been determined, and the plan has been implemented. It's important to verify that full system functionality has been restored. After all of this work, it's useful to document the problem, the proposed solutions, and the ultimate fix. This problem might occur again, and it would be useful to have some historical documentation on how to address the issue. Flashcard 24. A gaming enthusiast is building her own computer to provide the best performance with 3D action games. Which of these would be the most important components of a gaming PC? Choose 2A. Radar. A. B. Small form factor. C. High-end GPU. D. Built-in tuner. E. SSTF. Network connected printer. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. High-end GPU and D. SST. The GPU graphics processing unit is an important consideration when building a gaming computer. Many computer games also read extensively from storage, so the speed of an SST solid-state drive will provide the fastest possible data access. Flashcard 25. What type of device connects multiple computers to the network but becomes less efficient as network traffic increases? A. Switch. B. Hub. C. Repeater. D. Router. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer B. A hub operates as a multi-port repeater, where incoming traffic is repeated to every other port in the hub. If more than one device attempts to do this at the same time, these conflicting signals are called a collision. Each time a collision occurs, the sending devices have to stop transmitting, wait a random amount of time, and try sending traffic again. If many devices are sending large amounts of data, the overall network efficiency will decrease as the number of collisions increase. Flashcard 26. In which of the following would a lightning cable most likely be used? A. Connect a server to a display monitor. B. Increase the available memory of a device. C. Remotely control a mobile device. D. Charge a mobile device. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer D. Charge a mobile device. The Lightning interface is a proprietary interface used exclusively on mobile devices from Apple. The Lightning interface is a common connection for data transfers and power charging for most Apple mobile devices. Flashcard 27. A network administrator would like to enable DHCP on a laptop, but he would like the same IP address to be assigned to the laptop each time it starts. Which of the following would provide this functionality? A. Create an IP reservation on the DHCP server. B. Administratively configure the laptop's MAC address. C. Use a PIPA addressing. D. Assign the laptop to a static IP VLAN. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer A. Create an IP reservation on the DHCP server. A DHCP dynamic host configuration protocol server will automatically assign IP Internet Protocol addresses to devices on the network from an available pool. This means that the IP address for a device may change over time based on the IP addresses that are currently available in the pool. To force the same IP address assignment each time, the network administrator can create an IP reservation in the DHCP server that will associate a specific IP address to the MAC media access control address of the laptop. Flashcard 28. A user is complaining about slow network performance from their workstation. A network technician checks the data closet and finds that the wires are not properly seated in a 110 block. Which of the following should the technician use to correct this issue? A. Crimper. B. Multimeter. C. Punchdown tool. D. Cable tester. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer C. Punchdown tool. A punchdown tool is used to firmly punch a wire into a wiring block, such as a 110 block. These blocks are usually located in a wiring closet or on the back of a patch panel. Flashcard 29. A user has just connected to a new wireless network, but they cannot view any internet websites. Their network configuration shows the IP address as 169.254.228.109. The subnet mask is 255.255.0.0, and they have not been assigned a default gateway. Which of these is the most likely cause of this issue? A. The subnet mask is not correct. B. The internet provider is experiencing a temporary outage. C. The DHCP server is down. D. The wireless adapter is not working properly. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer C. The DHCP server is down if a DHCP dynamic host configuration protocol server is not responding. Then the local workstation will configure itself with a PIPA automatic private IP addressing address. The usable PIPA addresses are in the range between 169.254.1.0 through 169.254.254.255. And a PIPA address is a link local address, so network communication is limited to the local IP subnet. Flashcard 30. A help desk technician needs to use different Windows versions to study for an industry certification exam. The technician currently uses a Windows desktop computer with 4 GB of RAM and a 750 GB free on the hard drive. Which of the following would be the best way to perform this task? Choose 2A. Install a KVM. B. Install an additional hard drive. C. Create a Windows recovery environment boot drive. D. Upgrade the system RAM. E. Install Windows guest VMs. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Upgrade the system RAM and E. Install Windows guest VMs. The easiest way to use multiple operating systems on a single machine is to run them as virtual machines. Although there's plenty of storage space for multiple virtual machines, the 4 GB of RAM random access memory on the host computer is too small to support multiple Windows operating systems at the same time. Once the memory upgrade is complete, it's a relatively easy process to install the guest virtual machines on the existing hard drive. Flashcard 31. While configuring a new workstation in the lab, one of the engineers recommends using 255.255.255.0. What part of the configuration is this associated with? A. Default gateway. B. Subnet mask. C. DNS server. D. IP address. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Subnet masks. Subnet masks are used by the local device to determine what subnet it's connected to. Subnet masks are a series of binary ones that are used to mask the subnet address from the host address. Instead of representing this mask in binary, it's almost always shown in decimal form. Common decimal representations of subnet mask start with 255, such as 255.255.255.0. Flashcard 32. Which of the following best describes a Bluetooth network? A. PAN. B. 1C. LAN. D. MAN. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. PAN. A PAN personal area network is designed for a small area and usually an individual person. Bluetooth devices such as headsets, speakers, and automobile connections are considered PANs. Flashcard 33. Sam, a user in the accounting department, is migrating from Android to iOS. She would like all of her emails, contact lists, and calendar events to be moved to her new phone. Which of the following would be the best way to accomplish this task? A. Use a Windows-based migration tool. B. Save the Android phone data as a CSV file. C. Connect the new phone to the corporate Exchange server. D. Use a USB to Lightning cable. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Connect the new phone to the corporate Exchange server. Microsoft Exchange manages email, calendar events, and contact information in a single database. Using this central database, Exchange can synchronize all of this information to both iOS and Android smartphones. Flashcard 34. The internal Bluetooth adapter of a laptop has failed, and the user would like to get a repair estimate. Which of the following would be the best way to determine an accurate price of an exact replacement? A. Research online forums. B. Determine the purchase price of a USB to Bluetooth adapter. C. Disassemble the laptop case and document the process. D. View the Bluetooth information in network settings. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Disassemble the laptop case and document the process. Although the operating system driver can sometimes provide details about what's inside, they often can hide details about the specific hardware. The only way to know the exact make and model of the Bluetooth adapter is a physical examination. Some laptops are easier to open than others, so it's useful to document the process used to gain access to the Bluetooth hardware. Flashcard 35. A server administrator has been asked to configure the storage requirements for a new database server. The database owner requires the fastest performance and redundancy if a single drive fails. The storage array should support 8 TB or larger of available space. Which of the following options would be the best choice? A. RAID 10 with 5,400 RPM, 8 TB drives. B. RAID 5 with 10,000 RPM, 5 TB drives. C. RAID 1 with 7,200 RPM, 8 TB drives. D. RAID with 15,000 RPM, 5 TB drives. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. RAID 5 with 10,000 RPM, 5 TB drives. The question is focused on three requirements: performance, drive space, and redundancy. This option provides the highest number of RPMs revolutions per minute, the RAID 5 redundant array of independent disks redundancy, and enough storage to support more than 8 TB of drive space. Flashcard 36. A user would like to access email from their Windows 10 laptop using a smartphone's internet connection. Which of these technologies needs to be enabled on the laptop? A. LTE, Bluetooth C, NFC D. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Bluetooth can be used to tether the laptop to the smartphone, and the smartphone can then be used to allow access to resources on the internet. Flashcard 37. A user has connected their laptop to an LCD projector, but video isn't displaying through the projector. What laptop key is often combined with the CRT/LCD key to control the video output? A. FNB, Alt-C, Windows D. Control. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. FN. The laptop function key FN is usually combined with another laptop key to control features such as volume, wireless adapter functionality, and video output. This allows the laptop manufacturers to add additional functionality to the laptop keyboard without adding any physical keys or switches. Flashcard 38. A member of the management team is developing a product based on wearable technology. Which of the following would best describe this product type? A. Virtual reality. B. E-reader. C. Smartwatch. D. Smartphone. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Smartwatch. Wearable technologies are devices that can be worn all day as an extension of a phone and body. Common wearable technologies would be smartwatches and fitness monitors. Flashcard 39. A system administrator is using a maintenance kit on a network-connected laser printer. Which of the following should be the last step when performing this maintenance? A. Examine the feed rollers. B. Wait until the fusor unit cools down and replace it. C. Reset the page counter. D. Replace the power cord. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Reset the page counter. The page counter is a helpful metric to determine how much the printer is used, which in turn determines when the next maintenance should be scheduled. After performing the current maintenance cycle and verifying the printer's operation, the page counter should be reset so that the next maintenance timeframe can be properly estimated. Flashcard 40. An application developer needs to test an application across all of the operating systems used by the company. Each operating system will be tested individually in a lab environment. The company would like to minimize any additional hardware purchases for this project. Which of the following would be the best way to test this application? A. Purchase a system that is configured just above the hardware requirements for the highest-end operating system. Create separate VMs for each operating system. B. Purchase individual test computers that match the hardware requirements for each OS. Install different operating systems on each test computer. C. Designate existing user workstations to be used as testing systems. Run all application tests during non-working hours. D. Purchase a system that matches the minimum hardware requirements for the highest-end operating system. Create a system image for each operating system and re-image the computer between tests. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Purchase a system that is configured just above the hardware requirements for the highest-end operating system. Create separate VMs for each operating system. Creating virtual machines for these tests would be a great way to minimize hardware costs, and the machine used for the testing should be able to properly virtualize the testing OS while the host OS is running. Purchasing a system that is slightly more powerful than the highest level operating system configuration should cover any technical requirements. Flashcard 41. Which wireless standard operates in the 5 GHz band and provides over 5 Gbps of throughput? A. 802.11 and B. 802.11 DC. 802.11 ACD. 802.11 A. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. 802.11 AC. 802.11 AC operates in the 5 GHz band and can provide almost 7 gigabits per second of total throughput. Flashcard 42. A user in the manufacturing department reports that every page printed from the central networked laser printer has a single black line that extends from the top of the page to the very bottom. Which of the following is the most likely cause of this issue? A. The fusor is damaged. B. The printer is out of memory. C. The photosensitive drum is damaged. D. The toner is low. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. The photosensitive drum is damaged. A scratched photosensitive drum would cause a line to appear down the printed page as the toner sticks to the scratched part of the drum. Some printers allow individual drums to be replaced, and others require the entire toner cartridge with drum to be replaced. Once the scratched drum is replaced, the black line will no longer appear on the printer output. Flashcard 43. Which mobile device connection is commonly used for making payments at a store checkout? A. NFC. B. Infrared. C. Cellular D. Bluetooth. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. NFC near field communication is designed to transfer small amounts of data wirelessly over a limited area. It's common to use a smartphone or smartwatch with a credit card terminal to pay for goods or services. Flashcard 44. A company is planning to use a cloud-based file storage service to store, share, and synchronize files across all company devices. Which of the following would be the most important resource requirement for this service? A. Local storage capacity. B. Internet bandwidth. C. CPU utilization. D. System memory. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Internet bandwidth. Cloud-based services work almost exclusively over the network, and file synchronization services will require additional bandwidth to process constant updates and changes over the network. Flashcard 45. When printing a document on a laser printer, a user finds that all of the text on the page smears when touched. What is the most likely cause of this issue? A. Fusor is damaged. B. Toner cartridge is low. C. Photosensitive drum has been scratched. D. Incorrect printer driver is installed. E. Printer cleaning process is not working. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Fusor is damaged. The fusor permanently melts the toner to the paper using heat and pressure. If the fusor is not working, the toner will easily smear when touched. Flashcard 46. A manager's computer is able to connect to internet sites while in conference rooms or in the building courtyard. When the laptop is brought back to the manager's desk and placed into the docking station, the internet access is unavailable, but all other features are working. Which of the following should be the first troubleshooting task for this issue? A. Replace the docking station power supply. B. Upgrade the laptop BIOS. C. Replace the docking station. D. Check the docking station network cable. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Check the docking station network cable. The internet access on the laptop appears to be working properly on the wireless network, but the docking station connection would use a wired Ethernet connection. If everything else is working properly, then the issue would most likely be associated with the Ethernet interface in the docking station. Flashcard 47. A company is developing an internal application that will run on smartphones and tablets. What should the application use to simplify the authentication process? A. Strong passwords. B. SSO. VPN. D. SSL. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. SSO single sign-on is a method of centralizing authentication to a common database. This allows the users to authenticate once with a single username and password, and those credentials will be used across all services. Flashcard 48. One of the software developers in your company would like to install 6 virtual machines on their desktop for application testing. Each VM would run a different operating system, but only one VM would be running at any particular time. Which of the following components would be the most important for this configuration? Choose 2A. Video adapter RAM. B. Hard drive space. C. Gigabit NIC. D. System RAM. Enhanced audio. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answers B. Hard drive space and D. System RAM6 virtual machines will require enough hard drive space to install all 6 operating systems, so it will be important to have enough free storage space. Running more than one operating system at a time on a computer also requires additional memory, so having enough system RAM is also an important consideration. Flashcard 49. What is the minimum category of unshielded copper cable that would run a 10 gigabit per second Ethernet link with a 15-meter distance? A. Category 5B. Category 6C. Category 5ED. Category 6A. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer B. Category 6. The physical characteristics of networking cables are separated into categories. A Category 6 cable can support a 10 gigabit per second 10G-based network to a distance of 37 to 55 meters. Flashcard 50. An engineer has manually configured IP addresses for a small office that uses a cable modem for internet connectivity. However, none of the devices configured with a manual IP address are able to browse internet websites. All devices are connected to the cable modem with twisted pair Ethernet cables. This is the configuration of one device. IP address 192.168.1.7 subnet mask 255.255.255.0 default gateway 192.168.1.1 DNS 192.168.1.7. The engineer can successfully ping the local IP address and the default gateway address. Which of the following should be the next troubleshooting step? A. Check for duplicate IP addresses. B. Replace the Ethernet cable. C. Check the DNS configuration. D. Replace the cable modem. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer C. Check the DNS configuration. One of the most noticeable of the IP Internet Protocol configuration settings was that the DNS domain name service server IP address was configured to be the same as the local device. Since DNS servers are commonly separate and often remote devices, it would be unusual to see a DNS configured with the same IP address of the local device. The next step should be to confirm the DNS settings with the local network administrator. Flashcard 51. A user in a Soho office needs to connect a laptop to the DSL router. Which of the following cables should be used for this connection? A. Ethernet. B. Lightning. C. Coaxial. D. USB-C. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer A. Ethernet. A Soho small office home office with a DSL digital subscriber link modem will commonly connect to the modem using an Ethernet cable connection. Flashcard 52. A user in the accounting department has turned on their computer and received the message date and time not set. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this message? A. The motherboard battery has discharged. B. Windows Update has rebooted the computer. C. Daylight saving time occurred during the weekend. D. The BIOS was just upgraded. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer A. The motherboard battery has discharged. The battery on a motherboard is used to maintain the date and time configuration when the computer is not connected to a power source. If the battery has discharged, the computer will not be able to maintain the proper time and an error message will appear during startup. Flashcard 53. A technician has just replaced a broken touchscreen on a laptop used for trade shows. However, the touch functionality is no longer working on the display. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this issue? Select 2A. The digitizer is not calibrated. B. The replacement screen is not a touchscreen. C. The BIOS needs to be updated. D. The display resolution is incorrect. E. The digitizer is not properly connected. F. The wireless network is conflicting with the digitizer. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answers B. The replacement screen is not a touchscreen, and E. The digitizer is not properly connected when replacing a touchscreen display. It's important to make sure the replacement is also a touchscreen unit. The two look almost identical, so it would be a common mistake to accidentally install the wrong hardware. After installation, a separate connection is often required to enable the digitizer. If the display panel is the correct hardware, then it's important to check that all of the cables are connected, especially the cables specific to the digitizer features. Flashcard 54. A system administrator created a series of VMs that will use a portion of a server's available physical memory. Which of the following describes this cloud computing characteristic? A. Resource pooling. B. Rapid elasticity. C. Metered. D. On demand. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer A. Resource pooling. Resource pooling places all of the computing resources in one place and then distributes from the pool when needed. A VM virtual machine manager using a portion of available physical memory is taking advantage of resource pooling. Flashcard 55. A group of wireless laptops in a conference room are reporting intermittent connectivity issues. The wired computers in the room are not experiencing any network problems. A check of the laptop shows that the IP addresses and configurations appear to be correct. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Verify the wireless signal strength. B. Check the ARP table on the default gateway. C. Confirm the operation of the DHCP server. D. Perform a wire map on the network drops. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer A. Verify the wireless signal strength. Since the wired devices are working properly, the troubleshooting process should focus on the wireless network. The connectivity is also intermittent, which means that the network is operating normally during certain periods. This would move the focus from the network configuration to an availability issue. Flashcard 56. A server administrator has been asked to troubleshoot a system that has been slowing down over time. While examining the computer, the administrator can hear a series of clicks from the inside of the case. Which of the following should be the first step to address this issue? A. Replace the motherboard. B. Power the system off and back on. C. Replace the hard drive. D. Perform a full backup of the server. E. Replace the power supply. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer D. Perform a full backup of the server. A clicking noise indicates some type of hardware issue with the computer. So the first step would be to confirm that a recent backup is available for all of the data on this system. If the computer fails completely, at least the data will be secure. Flashcard 57. When pressing the power button on a desktop computer, the power indicator lights up, but the computer does not display any message on the screen. The voltage at the wall outlet has been checked with the multimeter and it appears to be normal. The motherboard power connector voltage was checked, and the 12-volt pin was showing 6 volts. What is the most likely cause of this issue? A. The components that use 12-volt power are faulty. B. The power supply is faulty. C. The wall outlet voltage does not match the power supply. D. The motherboard is faulty. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. The power supply is faulty if the 12-volt line from the power supply to the motherboard is showing 6 volts. It's likely a problem with the power supply itself. A power supply replacement should be the next troubleshooting step for this system. Flashcard 58. A manager in the marketing department is printing many copies of a 20-page document. The manager would like to print all 20 pages of the document before the next copy begins printing. What settings should the manager configure in the output settings? A. Duplex. B. Collate. C. Quality. D. Orientation. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Collate. The printing of multiple copies in their proper order is called collating the output. If the output was not collated, all of the page 1 copies would print, then all of the page 2, etc. Flashcard 59. A remote user is visiting their corporate office. They are trying to connect their laptop to the office wireless network, but the network name does not appear in the list of available wireless networks. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this issue? A. There is interference with the wireless signal. B. The laptop has been assigned an IP address. C. The user does not have permission to use the wireless network. D. SSID broadcasts have been disabled. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. SSID broadcasts have been disabled. The name of the wireless network, or SSID service set identifier, is normally broadcast to all nearby devices. If the SSID broadcasts are administratively disabled, the network name will not appear in the drop-down list of available wireless networks. Flashcard 60. A manager is able to receive email messages on their tablet, but they're having problems configuring the tablet to send email messages. Which of the following should be the first troubleshooting step? A. Check the SMTP settings. B. Check the IP address configuration. C. Send a test message using web-based email. D. Check the map settings. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Check the SMTP settings. If you're sending an email message from an email client, you're commonly using SMTP Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. There are 3 SMTP configuration settings that are important: the SMTP server name or IP address, the SMTP username, and the SMTP password. Flashcard 61. A user is reporting that a shared laser printer in the marketing department is not printing from one particular application. The front panel of the printer shows that the printer is online and ready to receive print jobs. Other users in the department are able to successfully print to the printer. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Power cycle the printer. B. Restart the print spooler. C. Perform a test print from the printer console. D. Verify the network printer name in the application. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. verify the network printer name in the application, we know that the printer is working normally because other people are able to print successfully. This also means that the spooling process is working and that the print server is successfully queuing the print jobs. Given the other options, it's most likely that the user is directing the print job to a different printer. Flashcard 62. A network administrator is connecting 4 company locations that reside in different countries. Which of the following would best describe this configuration? A. LAN B. PAN C. MAN D. 1. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. WAN. A WAN wide area network connects a LANs across a long geographical distance. Once the link extends past the local city area, the connection would be considered a WAN link. Flashcard 63. A new Soho remote site includes the installation of EOT lights, thermostats, and cameras. Which of the following would be the best way to protect the rest of the network against EOT hacking? A. Use WPA2 encryption. B. Configure SSID suppression on the wireless network. C. Connect the EOT devices to a DMZ. Configure static IP addressing. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Connect the EOT devices to a DMZ. One of the concerns around EOT Internet of Things is that a single exploit of an EOT device can potentially put the entire network at risk. To avoid this issue, it's useful to put EOT devices into their own protected network, such as a DMZ demilitarized zone. This means that if an EOT device was exploited, the attacker would not have any access to the more important devices and services on the rest of the network. Flashcard 64. A system administrator has configured a VM for dual processors, 16 GB of RAM, and 120 GB of disk space. Which of the following is required to start this VM? A. Shared network address. B. Hypervisor. C. Virtual switch. D. Video display. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Hypervisor. A hypervisor, or virtual machine manager, is the software that manages the virtual platform and guest operating systems. Flashcard 65. A site manager has found that her smartphone has a short battery life when used at work, and the battery life is normal when working from home. The work location has limited mobile service reception, but most office services are provided over the local 802.11 Wi-Fi network. The site manager does not enable Bluetooth on her smartphone. Which of the following would be the best way to extend the battery life of her mobile device? A. Disable 802.11 Wi-Fi. B. Disable the cellular radio at work. C. Replace the battery. D. Enable Bluetooth on the mobile device. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Disable the cellular radio at work. When a mobile provider's network isn't available, a phone will constantly try to reconnect to a cellular network. This reconnection process constantly uses the radio, and subsequently more of the battery is used in the process. To conserve battery life, it would be useful to disable the cellular network connection when outside of a coverage area. Flashcard 66. A desktop computer has just abruptly shut off, and pressing the power button doesn't restart the system. There are no fans spinning, no lights are on, and no messages appear on the display. Which of these would be the most likely cause of this issue? A. The BIOS is configured with a startup password B. The LCD display backlight has failed C. The power supply is faulty D. The master boot record is corrupted E. The boot sector is missing. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. The power supply is faulty. A faulty power supply could cause a loss of power across all computer systems, and the lack of fans, lights, and output on the display would be the most likely cause given the available options. Flashcard 67. What kind of device is commonly used to filter traffic based on a predefined set of rules? A. PoE switch B. Repeater C. DSL modem D. Firewall. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Firewall. Firewall is designed to evaluate inbound traffic, compare the traffic to predefined security policies, and then allow or block the traffic from passing through the firewall. Firewalls are common security appliances between an organization's internal network and the Internet. Flashcard 68. Which of these connection types use coax to provide Internet data, voice, and video over the same wire? A. DSL B. Cable C. Easton D. Dial-up. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Cable television brought cable into everyone's home, and now they include voice and Internet services on the same coax cable. Flashcard 69. A desktop administrator has been asked to troubleshoot a laptop computer that beeps during the power on process while the laptop screen remains dark. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Implement a solution B. Document findings C. Establish a theory D. Evaluate results. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Establish a theory. Once an issue has been identified, it's important to consider all of the possible reasons the problem may have occurred. It's useful to list all possible causes, even those that might not be obvious. Flashcard 70. A manager is complaining of short battery life on their laptop when traveling. Which of the following should be disabled to provide the best battery conservation? A. Internal speakers B. Webcam C. Smart card interface D. Bluetooth E. Touchpad. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Bluetooth, and any radio-based communication constantly uses some of the power, and those systems can quickly deplete the battery. If you're not going to be using wireless devices, then it's useful to place the device in airplane mode or disable Bluetooth 802.11 and cellular radios. Flashcard 71. A company is deploying cloud-hosted virtual desktops for training room classes. The VMs have already been configured in the cloud. Which of the following is required to access these VMs using thin clients in the training room? A. High-end video cards B. Separate internet connection C. Mouse, keyboard, and monitor D. Category 6A cabling. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Mouse, keyboard, and monitor cloud-hosted virtual desktops are a type of VDI virtual desktop infrastructure. Access to the desktop is provided over a remote access style client, and access can be provided from almost any operating system using a low-bandwidth network connection. The client device is usually a thin client that has a minimum set of resources: a mouse, keyboard, and a monitor. Flashcard 72. A technician has connected a laptop to an LCD display. The LCD display is presenting the correct information, but all of the content appears to be compressed vertically. Which of the following is the most likely reason for this issue? A. The LCD display is faulty. B. The laptop display adapter is incompatible with the LCD display. C. The laptop resolution is incorrect. D. The LCD display cable is faulty. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. The laptop resolution is incorrect. An LCD liquid crystal display has an optimal resolution that is based on the physical dimensions of the display. If the resolution settings in the operating system don't match the physical display, then the information on the screen may appear blurry or skewed. Configuring the correct resolution in the operating system will commonly resolve this issue. Flashcard 73. An engineering firm is upgrading their storage array to include additional drive space for documents and designs. The primary goal is to provide high performance and uptime, even if 2 drives were to fail. Which of the following would be the best choice for this firm? A. RAID 1B, RAID 5C, RAID 0D, RAID 10. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. RAID 10. RAID redundant array of independent disks is a method of combining storage drives together to add speed and or redundancy. A RAID 10 array is a nested RAID configuration that creates a mirrored set of RAID 0 drives. As long as only one drive fails in each RAID 0 mirror, the redundancy will remain valid and the user's data will continue to be available. Flashcard 74. A network administrator is installing a wireless access point in a new conference room. Which of these settings would provide the best security for this installation? A. WPA2 encryption. B. SID suppression. C. Static IP addressing. D. UPnPE. MAC filtering. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. WPA2 encryption. Configuring WPA2 Wi-Fi protected access Roman 2 encryption would prevent unauthorized users from accessing the wireless network and would encrypt the data sent over the wireless network. Flashcard 75. A university library needs to purchase a new printer for an open study area. The primary requirement of this printer is to be as quiet as possible. Which of these printer types would be the best fit for this requirement? A. Dot matrix. B. Inkjet. C. Laser. D. Thermal. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Thermal. Of the available options, thermal printers are the quietest. The only moving parts in a thermal printer are the motors that push the paper through the printer, and those motors are small and run almost silently. Flashcard 76. Which of the following would be the best choice for reading textbooks in bright sunlight? A. Tablet. B. Augmented reality. C. Wearable technology. D. E-reader. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. E-reader. E-readers are standalone book and magazine reading devices that are often designed with electronic paper or electronic ink technology. The electronic ink screens on the e-readers are specifically designed for reading text-based content in bright sunlight. Flashcard 77. A company has designed an application platform to scale up when the application use increases during the day and scale back down at night. Which of the following best describes this characteristic of cloud computing? A. Resource pooling. B. Measured service. C. Hybrid. D. Rapid elasticity. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Rapid elasticity. Scaling up and down as needed is a significant characteristic of cloud computing. This allows organizations to manage and pay for resources when busy, but save time and money when the resources are no longer needed. Flashcard 78. A user's tablet has stopped responding to any type of finger input on the screen. The clock and other tablet functions appear to be working. Which of the following would be the best way to correct this issue? A. Replace the screen. B. Reset the wireless network. C. Connect to a power source. D. Restart the tablet. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Restart the tablet before making any changes to hardware or software. It's useful to restart the tablet to see if a software glitch may have been the underlying issue. Flashcard 79. A user would like to connect a tablet to their laptop computer using 802.11, but they're in a location without a wireless access point. Which of the following would be the best way to make this connection? A. Enable Bluetooth discovery on the tablet. B. Configure infrastructure mode on both devices. C. Create shared folders on the laptop computer. D. Use ad hoc mode. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Use ad hoc mode. Ad hoc mode allows two devices to directly communicate over an 802.11 wireless link without using an access point. Flashcard 80. A server administrator is upgrading the memory in a web server from 16 GB of non-ECC RAM to 64 GB of ECC RAM. After starting the system with the new memory, the computer beeps and nothing is displayed on the screen. Changing the number and location of new RAM modules results in the same beeping sounds and blank screen. After replacing the original 16 GB modules, the system starts normally. Which of the following is the most likely reason for this issue? A. The new memory is not compatible with the motherboard. B. The new memory is faulty. C. The BIOS needs to be updated. D. The system is overheating during the startup process. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. The new memory is not compatible with the motherboard. ECC error-correcting code memory is designed to detect errors and correct them on the fly. Not all systems use ECC memory, and it's important that the memory matches the motherboard requirements. If non-ECC RAM random access memory is replaced with ECC RAM and the system fails to start, then the issue is most likely associated with the change from non-ECC to ECC RAM. Flashcard 81. A workstation has been assigned an IP address. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this configuration? A. The workstation is not connected to the wireless network. B. The DNS server is misconfigured. C. The network is using public internet addresses. D. The DHCP server is down. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer D. The DHCP server is down. A PIPA automatic private IP addressing is an IP4 Internet Protocol version 4 link local addressing scheme. If a device does not have a static IP address and an address is not available from a DHCP server, the local device will assign itself an PIPA address so that communication to other PIPA devices on the same subnet will be available. Flashcard 82. Which of the following is used to forward traffic based on a destination MAC address? A. Unmanaged switch. B. Repeater. C. Router. D. Firewall. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Unmanaged switches determine how traffic is forwarded based on the destination MAC media access control address in the frame. The qualification of managed or unmanaged is not important in this case, since both types of switches make forwarding decisions the same way. The difference between a managed and unmanaged switch are based on other features not associated with the forwarding process. Flashcard 83. A system administrator made some BIOS changes to a desktop computer running Windows 10, and now this message appears when starting the computer. This drive can only boot in UEFI mode. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Modify the boot drive sequence. B. Enable secure boot. C. Remove the BIOS password. D. Boot the system with the Windows setup media. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Enable secure boot. Secure boot is part of the UEFI Unified Extensible Firmware Interface standard for a computer BIOS basic input-output system. Secure boot ensures that the underlying operating system has not been modified by malware or any other process. Flashcard 84. A user has spilled coffee on their laptop keyboard, and now the system will not start. The laptop contains a presentation for an upcoming conference. Which of the following would be the best way to gain access to this presentation? A. Boot the system with a drive image utility. B. Connect an external monitor and boot from a USB drive. C. Boot to the Windows recovery environment. D. Remove the storage drive and place it into an external enclosure. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Remove the storage drive and place it into an external enclosure. The current laptop will not boot due to the liquid damage, so the only option would be to remove the storage device from this laptop and use a different computer to access the required presentation files. Flashcard 85. A technician is installing a DSL modem at a Soho facility. Which of the following connectors would be used to connect the DSL modem to the internet provider line? A. RS-232B, RJ11C, B and C. D. F connector. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. RJ11. The RJ11 connector registered jack 11 is the modular connector commonly associated with analog POTS plain old telephone system lines. Since DSL digital subscriber line uses the existing telephone lines, the DSL connection from an internet service provider will also use those same lines with RJ11 connectors. These connectors will be the same for both residential, large-scale commercial, and Soho small office/home office use. Flashcard 86. Which of the following would be the best choice for capturing an image from a printed page and saving it on a computer? A. QR code reader. B. Optical drive. C. Flatbed scanner D. Webcam. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Flatbed scanner. A flatbed scanner is designed to capture images from paper and convert them into digital form. Flashcard 87. A server administrator has 4 identical drives to install into a database server. Which of these RAID types would provide both redundancy and the most available storage space? A. RAID 5B, RAID 10C, RAID 0D, RAID 1. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. RAID 5. With RAID 5, 3 drives would contain user data, and the 4th drive would store parity information. This efficient use of space and the included redundancy make RAID 5 the best option. Flashcard 88. A user has just restarted their smartphone after performing an OS update, and now they're experiencing slow performance with all of their apps. A hardware diagnostic reports no hardware issues. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this slowdown? A. The operating system is corrupted. B. The battery is charging. C. The Wi-Fi signal strength is low. D. The operating system is still updating. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. The operating system is still updating after restarting after an upgrade. It's common for additional housekeeping and conversion functions to continue in the background. This process can sometimes cause the mobile device to slow down or appear sluggish, but the issue is often resolved after the post-installation processes are complete. Flashcard 89. Jack gets an error message when trying to receive email messages on his smartphone, but he is able to send email messages without a problem. The map server name appears to be correct in the smartphone configuration. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Verify the SMTP server name. B. Restart the smartphone. C. Confirm the map username and password. D. Connect to a different wireless network. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Confirm the AMAP username and password. AMAP Internet Message Access Protocol is commonly used for retrieving emails from a central server. Most AMAP configurations require a valid AMAP server address and correct credentials for the mailbox, so it's useful to check those configuration settings before any additional troubleshooting. Flashcard 90. What kind of IP6 address starts with FE80? A. Link local. B. Broadcast. C. Loopback. D. Multicast. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Link local. A link local address is an address that can only communicate to other devices on the same subnet. In IP6, all link local addresses start with FE80. Flashcard 91. A user has reported that their tablet is not able to retrieve or send mail, browse the internet, or connect to video conferences. Apps on the device that do not require connectivity are working as expected. Which of these would be the most likely cause of this issue? A. Battery is very low. B. Airplane mode is enabled. C. An invalid certificate is installed. D. The tablet is overheated. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Airplane mode is enabled. Airplane mode will disable all network connectivity for a device. This would include the 802.11 network, cellular network, and Bluetooth connections. All other device functions will continue to work normally. Flashcard 92. A PC technician has been asked to replace the LCD display on a touchscreen laptop computer. Which of the following would be the most important component to test after this replacement? A. Digitizer. B. Keyboard. C. Audio controls. D. System memory. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Digitizer. A digitizer is built into the LCD display, and it would be the most likely component to have a problem after the entire display has been replaced. Flashcard 93. The computers in the shipping department are receiving the message "no connectivity" on their computers. The ipconfig output on one of the computers provides this information. IP4 address 192.168.1.22 subnet mask 255.255.255.0 default gateway 192.168.1.1. From this device, a technician is able to successfully ping 127.0.0.1 and 192.168.1.22. The technician can also ping other devices in the shipping department, but cannot receive a ping response from servers in the data center or from the 192.168.1.1 address. Which of these would be the most likely cause of this issue? A. The DHCP server is down. B. The wireless network is experiencing interference. C. The local router is down. D. The internet provider is experiencing an outage. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. The local router is down. The default gateway is commonly the local router for the IP subnet. If the default gateway address of 192.168.1.1 is not responding to a ping, then the router may not be operational. Flashcard 94. Jack is planning to travel overseas, and he wants to be sure his tablet computer will have enough power to make it through the long flight. The airline does not guarantee that power outlets will be available during the trip. Which of the following should Jack consider taking on this flight? A. Extra long USB charging cord. B. Universal travel adapter. C. Micro SD cards. D. External USB chargers. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. External USB chargers. An external USB charger can be used to recharge a device without requiring a power outlet. If you're in an area with no charging options, an external USB charger can provide you with additional battery time. Flashcard 95. A graphics designer is working on a computer that powers itself off after about an hour of work. The computer tends to power down when working on complex designs that require extensive CPU utilization. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this issue? A. The case fans are blocked. B. The hard drive is failing. C. The graphics software is corrupted. D. A device driver is outdated. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. The case fans are blocked. Most motherboards are designed to power off automatically if the temperatures become excessive. If the case fans are blocked, the inside of the computer will not be able to efficiently cool the system. Eventually, the heat from the heavily worked CPU will cause the system to power down. Flashcard 96. Which of these services would be associated with a Windows file transfer? A. LDAP B, SMBC, IMAP D, F. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. SMB Server Message Block is the protocol used by Microsoft Windows for file sharing, printer sharing, and other Windows services. SMB commonly uses port 445 to provide direct SMB communication between Windows devices. Flashcard 97. A server administrator is configuring a new system for virtualization. Which of the following configurations would provide virtualization support on an Intel CPU? A. Install a 64-bit operating system. B. Turn on HTTC. Allocate a larger amount of storage space to the virtualization partition. D. Enable VT in the firmware. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Enable VT in the firmware. Many Intel processors support VT, or Intel virtualization technology. This CPU central processing unit feature for virtualization provides hardware support for hypervisors and can make the virtualization process much more efficient than running the virtual machines in a software-only environment. Flashcard 98. A user in the shipping department is printing a single page to your laser printer, but the output includes the printed page with 3 or 4 pages stuck together underneath it. Which of these would be the most likely cause of this issue? A. Duplexer. B. Transfer belt. C. Fusor assembly. D. Separation pad. E. Imaging drum. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Separation pad. The separation pad ensures that the printer will pull a single page from the paper tray at a time. As the separation pad becomes worn, more than one page can be pulled through the laser printing process. Flashcard 99. A company is using a cloud-based service that provides a hardware platform and no additional software. Which of these would best describe this purchase? A. SAW. B. Hybrid. C. Meter. D. iOS. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. iOS infrastructure as a service is a model that provides the computing platform, but no additional software. The user will usually configure the platform with the appropriate CPU, memory, and storage options, and the service provider is only responsible for the uptime and availability of the hardware platform. The user is generally responsible for all software administration. Flashcard 100. While working at their desk, a laptop user would like to use a full-size keyboard and external mouse. They would also like to connect to a monitor and wired network without connecting and disconnecting cables each time they leave the desk. Which of these would be the best way to provide this functionality? A. Use separate desktop and laptop computers. B. Install a docking station at the user's desk. C. Use a wireless access point at the user's desk. D. Install a USB hub for the laptop. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Install a docking station at the user's desk. A docking station provides the laptop with a single connection to video, network, keyboard, mouse, and other peripheral connections on their desk. Flashcard 101. A server administrator would like to archive all of the company's server performance statistics for the past year. The total amount of space used by the statistics files is 7.4 GB of information. Which of these can be used to store this information onto a single disk with a minimum of wasted space? A. Blu-ray SLB, CD-ROM C, DVD or WDLD, Blu-ray DL. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. DVD-RWDL. A DVD-RWDL digital versatile disk, read/write, dual layer provides 8.5 GB of available storage space. Flashcard 102. In which of the following would a cable with a DB9 connector be used? A. Attaching a mouse or keyboard to a desktop computer. B. Configuring a router. C. Connecting an external storage device. D. Attaching a video camera to a computer. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Configuring a router. A DB9 connector, or less commonly, DE9 subminiature size E9 pin, is a connector used to send serial signals to another device. A DB9 connector on a computer is commonly used to connect to the management interface of a switch, router, firewall, or another infrastructure device. Flashcard 103. A workstation administrator is configuring a new system for graphics designers, and the users have requested the fastest possible storage speed for reading and writing data. Which of the following would be the best choice for this requirement? A. 10 TB NAS. B. 8 TB HDDC, 5 TB SAN-D, 2 TB SSD. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. 2 TB SSD. The most important requirement for this new system is the speed of reading and writing data. Of the available options, the fastest throughput is an SSD solid-state drive. Although the storage space is the lowest of the available options, the users didn't specify any minimum storage size requirements. Flashcard 104. A new laptop is connected to an LCD projector in a conference room. However, the LCD projection shows a compressed picture where squares look more like rectangles. Which of the following would resolve this issue? A. Replace the video cable. B. Change the laptop resolution. C. Power cycle the projector. D. Replace the projector bulb. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Change the laptop resolution. The resolution setting of an LCD liquid crystal display monitor or projector will display information with a specific number of horizontal and vertical pixels. If the resolution of the display is different than the settings on the computer, the output may appear skewed or blurry due to an incorrect aspect ratio. Setting the computer to match the native resolution of the monitor will provide the best possible output. Flashcard 105. A marketing manager is printing 20 copies of a 3-page document. The printer outputs 20 copies of page 1, 20 copies of page 2, and 20 copies of page 3. Which of the following would allow the marketing manager print multiple copies in their proper order? A. Select the duplex print option. B. Modify the print sharing permissions. C. Enable collated output. D. Change the output orientation. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Enable collated output. Collated output will print each page of a document before printing another copy of that same document. Before printing with the collated option, the printer would output page 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, etc. With the collated option, the printer output would be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, etc. Flashcard 106. A system administrator has been asked to create a group of application server VMs. The application team has provided a list of the hardware requirements for each server. Which of the following tools should the system administrator use to configure the VMs? A. Memory Manager. B. Hypervisor. C. Defragmentation Utility. D. Network Manager. E. Service Manager. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Hypervisor. A hypervisor is software that manages virtual machines (VMS) and their connection to the physical hardware. Flashcard 107. A manager needs a device that can provide text message notifications while out of the office without using a mobile phone. Which of the following would best fit this requirement? A e-reader. B. Smartwatch. C. Augmented reality. D. GPS. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Smartwatch. A smartwatch with cellular radio connectivity can provide text messaging and other connectivity features without requiring a mobile phone to be nearby. Flashcard 108. A company uses riser cards in all of their rack-mounted servers. Which of the following would best describe the use of these riser cards? A. Improves airflow. B. Increases PCIe bus throughput. C. Improves security to PCIe-connected devices. D. Accommodates larger PCIe adapters. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Accommodates larger PCIe adapters. Riser cards extend motherboard expansion slots 90 degrees and allow PCIe peripheral component interconnect express slots to be installed horizontally in a computer or server. Flashcard 109. A medical office is installing a new network-attached storage device. Which of the following components would be most important for this installation? Choose 2A. SSD. B. High-end video. C. Gigabit NIC. D. Dual monitors. E. Enhanced audio card. F. RAID array. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer's C. Gigabit NIC and F. RAID array. NAS network-attached storage device needs a lot of storage space, and it needs to provide access to that storage across the network. For those reasons, a RAID redundant array of independent disks array and a gigabit NIC network interface card are important components of any NAS configuration. Flashcard 110. A manufacturing company uses a specialized printer that connects to a Windows computer over a USB connection. Which of the following would be the best way to allow all Windows devices in the company to send print jobs to this printer? A. Connect using AirPrint. B. Configure Windows printer sharing. C. Use print a file and copy the file to the printer. D. Copy the print jobs to a USB drive. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Configure Windows printer sharing. Windows printer sharing allows the Windows computer connected to the printer to act as a print server. All devices on the network can view the printer and send print jobs to the printer using the printer sharing feature. Flashcard 111. Which of these would commonly be used to connect to an external storage device? A. F. Connector B. B and C E SATA D. Molex. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. eSATA. eSATA external serial ATA is the external version of the internal SATA standard. The connectors for eSATA are slightly different than the internal SATA connectors. Flashcard 112. A company has acquired computers that were previously part of a third-party lease. All of the computers prompt for a password when powering on the system before the operating system will load, but the password was not included with the computers. Which of the following would be the best way to resolve this issue? A. Replace the primary storage drive. B. Boot from the Windows installation media. C. Reset the BIOS using jumpers on the motherboard. D. Disconnect the power cable for 10 minutes. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Reset the BIOS using jumpers on the motherboard. The BIOS basic input-output system of a computer can often be assigned configuration or management passwords that would prevent any changes to the BIOS settings. The BIOS also supports a boot or user password, and the system will not boot until the correct password is entered. This password can often be reset by shorting a jumper on the motherboard and restarting. Flashcard 113. A user has complained that a laptop will not charge their battery past 25%, and the laptop only operates for 15 minutes when on battery power. The battery and the AC adapter have already been replaced. Which of the following components would be the most likely cause of this issue? A. Motherboard. B. Backlight inverter. C. 802.11 adapter. D. CPU. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Motherboard. The motherboard on a laptop usually contains all of the major subsystems, including the CPU central processing unit, memory, video, and power. If the laptop will not charge a battery or power the system, then the entire motherboard will need to be replaced. Flashcard 114. A field engineer is working at a remote site that is under construction, but the site does not have an Ethernet or Wi-Fi internet connection. Which of the following would be the best way to get access to the internet at this location? A. Bluetooth. B. Hotspot. C. WMND. NFC. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Hotspot. Configuring a mobile phone as a hotspot allows one or more people to use the phone's internet connection over Wi-Fi. If internet isn't currently available from another 802.11 wireless network, then using the hotspot feature can provide an option for internet access. Flashcard 115. Which of the following would be the most likely reason a laser printer would show an out-of-memory error? A. The output was designed in color, but the laser printer prints only black and white. B. The output is a complex graphical diagram. C. The printer is low on toner and cannot complete the print job. D. The connection between the computer and the printer is faulty. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. The output is a complex graphical diagram. A laser printer has to build the entire page of output in memory before the printing process can begin. If the content of the page contains complex graphics, then more memory will be required. If the printer is not able to build the entire page in RAM random access memory, then the printer will usually print a portion of the page and show an out-of-memory error. Flashcard 116. A technician is upgrading the RAM on a laptop computer. Which of the following would best describe the memory required for this upgrade? A. SSTB. SODIMM-C. CMOS-D. EC. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. SODIMM. The SODIMM small outline dual inline memory module form factor is about half the length of standard DIMM. This smaller size makes it a common option for memory modules in laptop computers where size is limited. Flashcard 117. A user in the marketing department requires a device with the following features. Display slide presentations to a group without a projector, respond to email messages without using a laptop, view complex graphical documents. Which of the following would best meet all of these requirements? A. Tablet. B. Smartphone. C. E-reader. D. Smartwatch. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Tablet. A tablet is the only device from this list that is large enough to display slide presentations to more than one person, send and receive email messages, and display graphical information on the screen. Flashcard 118. Daniel is building out a new floor of office space for his company. Which of the following cables would be the best choice to install in the active airspace above the drop ceiling? A. Plenum rated. B. Shielded twisted pair. C. Coaxial. D. PVC jacketed twisted pair. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Plenum rated. The plenum space is the area above a drop ceiling that is used for building air circulation. In the case of a fire, this area should contain objects that have specific characteristics when heated. Network cables in this area are categorized as plenum rated, and their construction will limit smoke and toxic fumes. Flashcard 119. A developer is connecting a laptop to an LCD projector, but the system is displaying artifacts on both screens when the two are connected. Which of the following should resolve this issue? A. Disable advanced video features. B. Turn the projector off and back on again. C. Change the laptop resolution. D. Connect the laptop to a power source. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Disable advanced video features. The visual glitches displayed by graphical artifacts are often associated with a device driver configuration or with a video adapter hardware problem. Many graphics drivers include advanced features that can sometimes conflict with certain software, and disabling the advanced features can usually correct this issue. Flashcard 120. A graphics designer needs to connect their Mac OS computer to a second monitor and an external storage drive. Which of the following interface types would provide this connectivity? A. Lightning. B. DisplayPort. C. DVI-D. Thunderbolt. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt standard was created by Intel to connect external peripherals to a computer at high speeds. The Thunderbolt standard supports many different peripheral types, including displays, external storage, Ethernet network connections, and many others. Flashcard 121. What cloud-based service provides hardware, but still requires the user to set up, configure, and manage the operating system and applications? A. SOS. B. POS. C. ISD. DAOS. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. EOS infrastructure as a service is a service hosting option that provides CPU, memory, network connections, and storage, and the customer installs and manages all of the software that uses the infrastructure hardware. Flashcard 122. Which of these network types would be most associated with a PAN? A. Easton B. Bluetooth C. Ethernet D. Satellite. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Bluetooth describes the short-range networks used on many mobile devices. These networks are designed for an individual and are categorized as PANs, personal area networks. Flashcard 123. While standing in line at the store, you see another customer use their mobile phone with the contactless payment option. Which of these connection types was used to complete this sales transaction? A. Bluetooth B. Or C. NFC D. 802.11. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. NFC near-field communication is a limited-area wireless technology, and it's commonly used with payment systems, information exchange, and other quick transactions. Flashcard 124. A manager in the accounting department is complaining of slow performance on her computer. Initial troubleshooting shows low utilization of CPU and memory. A network speed test reports normal throughput to the local network devices. Which of the following would be the best next step for troubleshooting this issue? A. Boot to safe mode. B. Upgrade the BIOS. C. Replace the memory modules. D. Perform a hard drive diagnostic. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Perform a hard drive diagnostic if a slowdown is not associated with CPU, memory, or the network, then the issue may be with some other type of hardware. A diagnostic of the hard drive would identify any issues that could be slowing down the computer. Flashcard 125. A server administrator has moved a database server from a lab to a data center. After installing the server in a data center rack, the system does not power on. None of the system lights are on, and the power supply and cooling fans do not spin up. Which of the following should be the first troubleshooting step for this issue? A. Replace the power supply. B. Use a multimeter to check motherboard voltages. C. Check the power cable. D. Replace the motherboard. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Check the power cable when troubleshooting. The easiest possible solution should usually be the first one to check. This particular system has already been in use, and the system administrator was the person who moved it from one location to another. Of the available options, checking the power cable should be the first thing to check when power issues arise. Flashcard 126. A user is traveling and has enabled airplane mode on their laptop, but they would still like to use their wireless headset. Which of these settings should be enabled to allow this functionality? A. Wi-Fi. B. USB-C. Bluetooth. D. Cellular. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Bluetooth networks are PANs, personal area networks that provide a short-distance connection to local peripherals. For example, it's common to use a Bluetooth link to connect to headsets, wireless mice, keyboards, or speakers. Flashcard 127. A production editor is configuring a new video editing workstation. Which of the following would be the most important component for this system? A. RAID array. B. Dual monitors. C. High-end cooling. D. Gigabit NIC. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Dual monitors. Video editors need one monitor for editing and a second monitor to view the results of the output. Flashcard 128. A system administrator has been asked to troubleshoot a print server that is no longer operating. The print server displays an error code on the front panel and does not respond to any user input. The system administrator has created a list of 4 theories that might cause this particular error. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Test each theory on a lab system. B. Document the theories in the company knowledge base. C. Try different theories on the print server until the problem is resolved. D. Replace the print server device. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Test each theory on a lab system before a plan of action can be established. It's important to know which plan to follow. Testing each theory can help determine which guesses might resolve the issue and which theories had no effect. Flashcard 129. Which of these devices sends incoming traffic to every other port on the device? A. Router. B. Unmanaged switch. C. Cable modem. D. Hub. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Hub. A hub does not make any forwarding decisions based on the contents of a network frame. When the frame is received by the hub, it sends a copy of that frame to every other interface on the hub. Flashcard 130. Which of these wireless standards was the first to introduce 54 Mbit/sec throughput on the 2.4 GHz band? A. 802.11 dB, 802.11 ACC, 802.11 ND, 802.11b. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. 802.11g. 802.11g use the same 2.4 GHz frequencies as the 802.11b standard, but the maximum theoretical throughput was increased from 11 megabits per second to 54 megabits per second. Flashcard 131. An organization has implemented a cloud solution that uses a third-party data center. Access to the cloud service is available to anyone on the Internet. Which of the following describes this deployment model? A. Hybrid. B. Public. C. Community. D. Private. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Public cloud deployments are for organizations that would like to provide services to anyone on the Internet. Google Mail is an example of a public cloud service. Flashcard 132. What voltages would be commonly found on a motherboard's power supply connector? A. 120V AC. B. 12V AC, 5V AC, 3.3V ACC, 12V DC, 5V DC, 3.3V DC. D. 120V DC. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. 12 VDC, 5 VDC, 3.3 VDC. A computer's power supply provides direct current DC at 12 volts, 5 volts, and 3.3 volts. Flashcard 133. A user is reporting this message on their Windows computer taskbar icon: limited or no connectivity. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Check the local IP address configuration. B. Restart the computer. C. Ping the default gateway. D. Check the switch LAN configuration. E. Check for a duplicate IP address. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Check the local IP address configuration. The message of limited connectivity is usually based on a system that does not have access to network resources. This often occurs when a system is not able to contact a DHCP dynamic host configuration protocol server and instead assigns itself an APIPA automatic private IP addressing address. A check of the local IP address may identify a configuration error or nlink local address. Flashcard 134. What kind of device is installed into a computer and directly connects the computer to an Ethernet network? A. NIC. B. Switch. C. Repeater. D. Bridge. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. A NIC network interface card is the hardware that connects a device to a network. Some NICs are integrated into computer motherboards, and other NICs are separate interface cards. Flashcard 135. A network administrator is planning to connect the network of 2 buildings together with a Category 5E cable. 10 Ethernet cables have been run from a wiring closet through a conduit and into a wiring closet on the other side. The network administrator needs to identify the ends of the cables so they can be properly terminated on each side. Which of the following should be used to complete this task? A. Multimeter. B. Loopback plug. C. Tone generator. D. Crimper. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Tone generator. A tone generator places an analog audio tone onto the wires of a cable, and an inductive probe is then used on the other side to precisely identify the cable that contains the tone signal. By moving the tone generator to each of the 10 cables, the other cable end can easily be identified and labeled. Flashcard 136. A server administrator has configured a database server with a RAID 0 array containing 4 hard drives. An error notification from the RAID controller states that disk 3 has failed. Which of the following would be the best way to address this disk failure? A. Replace the drive and remirror the array. B. Replace the drive and resynchronize the array. C. Replace the drive and restore from backup. D. Replace all drives and restore from backup. E. Replace all drives and resynchronize the array. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Replace the drive and restore from backup. RAID 0 redundant array of independent disks. Level 0 is a type of array that provides an efficient storage method at the expense of redundancy. Data in RAID 0 is striped across multiple drives, and if one drive is lost, then the data in the array is also lost. To resolve a bad RAID 0 drive, the bad drive will need to be replaced and all of the data must be restored from a backup. Flashcard 137. A user on a Windows workstation would like to configure their system to discover Apple devices on the LAN. Which of the following should be installed on the Windows computer? A. Bonjour B. SNMPC. Finder D. NetBIOS. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Bonjour is an Apple protocol that assists with discovering Apple devices on the local network. This protocol is included in macOS, and it can be added to Windows by installing Apple software such as iTunes. Flashcard 138. A server administrator has replaced a bad hard drive in a RAID array and has verified that the array is operating with full functionality. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Run diagnostics on the bad hard drive. B. Replace the RAID controller. C. Create a list of optional troubleshooting steps. D. Document the drive replacement. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Document the drive replacement after an issue has been resolved. The last step of the troubleshooting process is to document the issue, the solution, and any important details that were identified during the process. Flashcard 139. An application developer is designing an app that uses 3 servers running simultaneously as VMs on her desktop. An upgrade to the application will add 3 additional servers to the list of running VMs. Which of these hardware resources will be the most important for this upgrade? A. Video adapter. B. Network connection. C. RAM. D. CPU. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. RAM without any additional information about the applications. The most critical resource for these new servers will be the amount of RAM required to keep all of the operating systems running simultaneously. Flashcard 140. Which of these characteristics would be most important for a CAD/CAM workstation? Choose 2A. SSD storage. B. High-end video. C. Enhanced audio. D. HDMI interfaces. E. TV tuner. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer's A. SSD storage and B. High-end video with CAD/CM computer-aided design/computer-aided manufacturing system will be using applications that have significant graphical requirements and storage needs. For these types of computers, high-speed SSD solid-state drive storage and high-end video are a necessity. Flashcard 141. A network engineer is troubleshooting an issue communicating to the Internet over a newly installed DSL connection. A laptop is connected to a DSL router over twisted pair copper. The IP configuration of the laptop is IP address 169.254.228.109 subnet mask 255.255.0.0 DNS 9.9.9.9. Which of the following should be the next troubleshooting step? A. Reset the DSL modem. B. Modify the subnet mask. C. Change the DNS server address. D. Check the status of the DHCP server. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Check the status of the DHCP server. A DHCP Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol server is the service that automatically distributes IP addresses to the new devices that connect to a network. If the DHCP isn't available, the computer will commonly auto-configure itself within a PIPA automatic private IP addressing address. Addresses between the range of 169.254.1.0 through 169.254.254.255 are assigned to devices using a PIPA. Flashcard 142. A user in the accounting department has configured their mobile phone for tethering. Which of these would best describe this configuration? A. Use the phone as a method of payment. B. Fast charge the phone. C. Access the internet through the phone. D. Connect to external speakers. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Access the internet through the phone. Tethering allows a user to turn their phone into an internet router. A separate device can be physically wired or wirelessly connected to the phone, and the phone then provides access to the internet over the cellular network. Flashcard 143. A user has connected an external display to their laptop computer and would like to mirror the contents of the laptop's LCD to the external monitor. Which of these would be the best way to provide this functionality? A. Modify the video output interface in the BIOS. B. Power cycle the external display. C. Update the laptop's video driver. D. Use the FN key to toggle between video configurations. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Use the FN key to toggle between video configurations. The laptop's FN function key can be used with a specially labeled key to control the video output between the internal laptop LCD liquid crystal display panel, the external video display, or both simultaneously. Flashcard 144. An organization has recently implemented a browser-based email system that requires no additional software on the user devices. Which of the following would describe this type of application? A. SAW-SB, IOSC, HASD, HAS. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. SAW-S software as a service is on-demand software. The client does not maintain a local software installation, and the application support is managed by the service provider. Google Mail is an example of SAW-S. Flashcard 145. What type of power supply can operate in countries that use different voltages? A. High voltage. B. Primary. C. Notch. D. Auto switching. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Auto switching. An auto switching power supply can automatically detect and use different input voltages without the need to manually select an input voltage before connecting. This is especially useful when using equipment in countries that provide 120 volts of alternating current, and then moving that same equipment in a country that uses 240 volts of alternating current. Flashcard 146. A user is reporting that after starting their desktop, they receive the message Windows has detected an IP address conflict. Which of the following would be the best way to resolve this issue? A. Replace the Ethernet patch cable. B. Enable DHCP on the workstation. C. Bounce the switch port. D. Reboot the default gateway. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Enable DHCP on the workstation. One of the more useful features of a DHCP dynamic host configuration protocol server is the controlled assignment of IP Internet Protocol addresses. If the DHCP server is assigning all IP addresses, then a duplicate is unlikely. If a device is configured for manual addressing, then configuring the device to receive IP addresses via DHCP can avoid possible address duplication. Flashcard 147. Daniel has just been issued a new smartphone, and he now has access to email, the corporate VPN, and a secure app for time tracking. Which of the following should be used to manage authentication for all of these services? A. SSL B, virtualization C, GPS D. So, think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. SSO single sign-on is a common method of managing the authentication process. The user provides their authentication credentials one time, and those credentials are used to provide access to all services without requiring the user to authenticate separately to each service. Flashcard 148. Which of the following would be used to terminate a copper Ethernet patch cable? A. BNC-B, RS-232C, RJ45T, DB9. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. RJ45 copper Ethernet cables are commonly terminated with an 8P8C8 position mesh 8 conductor RJ45 registered Jack 45 standard connector. Flashcard 149. A technician has replaced a laser printer toner cartridge, but now the output does not appear as dark as the original toner cartridge. Which of the following would be the best way to address this issue? A. Run a printer calibration B. Replace the fuser C. Use a laser printer maintenance kit D. Clean the OPC drum. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Run a printer calibration. A laser printer calibration allows the user to adjust the amount of toner used for the output. Different models of toner cartridges can cause the amount of toner output to vary, and the calibration process adjusts the toner output to the best levels. Flashcard 150. A system administrator has just received a laptop that was previously sent out for repair. However, after powering on the computer, the laptop no longer responds to the stylus. Which of the following is the most likely reason for this issue? A. The GPU requires an updated device driver B. The display needs a new inverter C. The display needs to be paired to the laptop motherboard D. The digitizer is faulty. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. The digitizer is faulty. The digitizer converts the touch of a finger or a stylus to digital signals that can be used by the computer. If the digitizer is not operational, then the screen will not be able to interpret the input from a stylus. Flashcard 151. A graphics designer has noticed that small dots on their screen remain a solid red color, even when the image should be a different color. Which of the following would describe this issue? A. Burn-in B. Artifact C. Motion trail D. Stuck pixel. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Stuck pixel. A stuck pixel is a single dot pixel on the screen that remains a single color and does not change with the image. These pixels are usually more obvious when the entire screen is black, but a single pixel remains stuck as red, green, or another color. A pixel that does not display any color is often called a dead pixel. Flashcard 152. A gaming enthusiast has upgraded his home computer from integrated graphics to a separate video adapter card. The computer operates as expected for web browsing and word processing applications. However, playing a game results in the system shutting down after a few minutes of operation. Which of the following would be the most likely component causing this issue? A. CPU B. Power supply C. RAM D. SSD. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Power supply. Adding additional components to a computer can often increase the power usage, and video adapter cards are one of the most power-hungry devices that you can add to a computer. If a system is displaying errors or shutting down during periods of heavy use, then the issue is commonly related to heat or power. Flashcard 153. A network administrator has just installed a new WAP in a downtown office building, but now users are reporting intermittent connectivity to the internet. Which of the following would be the first thing to check? A. SID broadcast. Option B. Firmware version C. MAC filter D. Channel interference levels. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Channel interference levels in areas with many different organizations located near each other. It's possible that the frequencies used on different WAP's wireless access points could conflict with each other and cause interference with wireless communication. In busy areas, it's recommended to perform an analysis of the current frequencies in use before installing a new access point. Flashcard 154. A network administrator would like to prevent wired kiosk workstations from connecting to the wireless network. Which of the following would be the best way to provide this type of control? A. CoSB. Port forwarding C. UPnP. MAC filtering. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. MAC filtering. Filtering on MAC media access control address allows the network administrator to control which physical devices can connect to a network. If the kiosk workstations are added to a MAC address blacklist, those specific devices will be blocked from connecting to the wireless network. Flashcard 155. A network administrator is installing a wireless network for a new development project. Which of the following would be the best configuration for wireless security? A. WPSB. WPAC. CoSD. WEP. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. WPA Wi-Fi protected access encryption is one of most useful security features on a wireless network. Version 2, or WPA2, is one of the more popular versions of this encryption standard, and it's common to see this encryption type enabled on secure wireless networks. Flashcard 156. Users in the marketing department are reporting that one network printer is not working. There are many print jobs in the queue, but none of the jobs have started to print. A test print from the printer's front panel does not print any pages. What is the most likely reason for this printing issue? A. Printer drivers need to be updated. B. Network is disconnected. C. Printer hardware has failed. D. Print spooler needs to be restarted. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Printer hardware has failed. If the printer was operational, then a printer check from the front panel should provide output. The test print bypasses the network and print spooler and provides a check for print quality. If the local test print isn't working, then the printer itself has some type of hardware failure. Flashcard 157. A member of the accounting department would like to work remotely while attending a conference in another city. Which of these technologies would best provide this functionality? A. LAN B. 802.11c. VPN D. NAT. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. VPN. A VPN virtual private network would allow a remote user to connect back to the corporate office over a secure encrypted tunnel. Flashcard 158. In which of the following situations would you be most likely to use a multimeter? A. Identify interference on wireless channels. B. Map the pins of an Ethernet cable. C. Test packet loss on a router interface. D. Locate a specific workstation connection on a punch-down block. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Map the pins of an Ethernet cable. The continuity feature of a multimeter can be used to create a wire map if both ends of the cable are relatively close to each other. Flashcard 159. A digital graphics department has been using a SAN to store their image files. The team now reports that all of the files on the SAN are no longer accessible. Which of the following should be the first thing to check on the SAN? A. RAID array status. B. CPU utilization. C. Input voltage. D. Cache hits. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. RAID array status. A SAN storage area network is a network-connected storage array. If SAN is unavailable, then it's possible that the drive array is having a technical issue. The first thing to check on the SAN is the sharing service and network connectivity. Once those are verified to be working, the troubleshooting can continue. Flashcard 160. A network administrator is troubleshooting an issue in a home with a brand of EOT light switches. Which of these technologies would most likely be used? A. NFC. B. Bluetooth. C. RFID. D. Zigbee. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Zigbee. Zigbee is a common mesh wireless technology used for EOT Internet of Things devices. Zigbee uses the 900 MHz and 2.4 GHz frequencies of the ISM industrial, scientific, and medical band to provide communication between lights, doors, and other EOT devices. Flashcard 161. A network administrator has upgraded the wireless router in a small remote location. Now that the upgrade is complete, the computers and laptops on the network are not able to connect to any local servers. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this issue? A. The operating systems are not compatible with the new network. B. The DHCP configuration has changed. C. The internet connection is not active. D. The computers and laptops need to be upgraded. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. The DHCP configuration has changed. Soho small office/home office routers often include many different components, including a wireless access point, network switch, DHCP dynamic host configuration protocol server, and more. The IP addressing scheme can sometimes be different between models, so any of the existing network devices may require the renewal of their DHCP-obtained IP addresses before they can communicate to each other. Flashcard 162. A system administrator needs to replace the keyboard on a laptop, but the vendor has not provided any repair documentation. Which of the following would be the best way to handle this issue? A. Check the vendor's website each day for repair document. B. Replace the entire laptop. C. Disassemble the laptop case and document the process. D. Use an external USB keyboard. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Disassemble the laptop case and document the process. Although it's common to find hardware guides, you'll occasionally need to work on equipment that does not have any documentation or the documentation is not available to you. In these circumstances, the only option may be to disassemble the device and document each step of the repair process yourself. Flashcard 163. A user in the accounting department is printing to a thermal printer, but the output is completely blank. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this issue? A. Printer is out of toner. B. Heating element is damaged. C. Feed assembly is faulty. D. Fuser is not operating. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Heating element is damaged. A thermal printer uses a heating element to change the color of the paper. If the heating element isn't working, then the paper color won't change and the final output will remain blank. Flashcard 164. A user's desktop computer does not start in the morning when the power button is pressed. A technician notices that the screen remains dark, but fans are spinning inside of the computer case. No messages are displayed and no beeps are heard. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this issue? A. Faulty RAM. B. No boot drive found. C. The CPU is overheating. D. Bad power supply. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Bad power supply. A bad power supply can sometimes provide power for some voltages, but not others. If the fans are running but no other devices are working, then a bad power supply should be a consideration. Flashcard 165. A user in the shipping department needs a charging cable for their Android phone. Which of the following connectors would be the most likely to work on this phone? A. USB-C. B. Lightning. C. RJ45D. Thunderbolt. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. USB-C. Android devices commonly use the USB standard for connectivity, and USB-C is a common standard for many devices. Flashcard 166. A system administrator has installed a KVM switch in a data center. When connecting to one of the remote devices, the keyboard works properly but the mouse does not move. Which of the following should be the first step when troubleshooting this issue? A. Replace the KVM mouse. B. Check the keyboard and mouse connectors. C. Replace the KVM keyboard. D. Replace the KVM unit. E. Replace the remote device mouse. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Check the keyboard and mouse connectors. A KVM keyboard video mouse which allows a single keyboard, video display, and mouse to be used across multiple devices. The KVM switch will physically connect to the keyboard, video, and mouse interfaces on other computers, and a control on the KVM switch can be used to move between devices. If a keyboard or mouse connection isn't working, the first troubleshooting step is to confirm that the KVM switch is properly connected to the remote device. Flashcard 167. A workstation administrator has been asked to troubleshoot an issue with internet connectivity on a laptop computer. The network status in the taskbar shows a yellow exclamation mark with the message "No Internet Access." When examining the Ethernet connection on the laptop, the cable sheath is an inch short and individual copper wires are visibly disconnected from the RJ45 connector. Which of the following should be used to correct this issue? A. Crimper B. Punchdown tool C. Loopback plug D. Multimeter. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Crimper. A crimper is used to attach modular connectors to the end of cables. In this example, the cable would be cut back past the missing cable sheath, and the wires would be attached to a new connector using an RJ45 crimper. Flashcard 168. A network administrator needs to connect two sites together that are located on opposite sides of the city. Which of these network connections would be the most appropriate? A. MAN B. HAN C. LAN D. WAN. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. MAN metropolitan area network connects locations that are in the same city or metropolitan area. Once the distance is outside the scope of the immediate metro area, the connection is categorized as a WAN-wide area network. Flashcard 169. Which of the following would be the best way to remove toner and paper dust from the inside of a laser printer? A. Use a chemical cleaner that removes toner particles. B. Run a cleaning page through the printer. C. Wipe the inside with a damp cloth. D. Use compressed air to blow out the particles. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Wipe the inside with a damp cloth. There can be a significant amount of dust and toner particles inside of a laser printer, and using a normal vacuum cleaner or compressed air would release the particles into the air, and the static discharge would potentially damage the printer. Instead, a damp cloth will capture the toner and dust without causing more issues in the immediate area. Flashcard 170. A system administrator is connecting a remote site to the internet over a single pair of copper cabling. Which of the following is the administrator using for this installation? A. PoE switch. B. Hub. C. DSL modem. D. Repeater. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. DSL modem. DSL digital subscriber line internet connections use the same single copper pair of wires that are traditionally used by POTS plain old telephone service lines. DSL modems connect to this pair of wires and convert the signal to an Ethernet connection that can be used by other devices. Flashcard 171. Which of the following would be most associated with a handheld barcode scanner? A. 802.11b. Bluetooth. C. DVD or WD. TRS. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. 802.11 handheld barcode scanners are often networked devices using 802.11 wireless connectivity. Flashcard 172. A system administrator has been assigned the task of installing an operating system, application, and data onto a cloud-based server. Which of these best describes this scenario? A. Infrastructure as a service. B. Platform as a service. C. Hybrid cloud. D. Software as a service. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Infrastructure as a service. EAS infrastructure as a service provides the CPU, memory, storage, and other infrastructure components necessary for the installation of an operating system and application. Flashcard 173. A network engineer is installing a device that will allow wireless devices to access the wired Ethernet network. Which of the following would best describe this technology? A. Hub. B. Managed switch. C. VLAN. D. WAP. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. WAP. A WAP wireless access point is a device that bridges the 802.11 wireless network together with a wired Ethernet network. Since the WAP is acting as a bridge, it's making forwarding decisions based on the destination MAC address of the network frame. Flashcard 174. A systems administrator has added a new video adapter to a desktop computer, installed the latest video driver, and rebooted the system. When the system starts, it continuously reboots before it reaches the login prompt. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Press F8 during startup and choose boot from last known working configuration. B. Upgrade the system BIOS using an update file from the motherboard manufacturer. C. Disconnect all USB storage devices and restart the system. D. Reinstall the operating system. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Press F8 during startup and choose boot from last known working configuration if a recent configuration causes a boot issue. Windows provides a way to restart the operating system using the last known working configuration. Each time Windows successfully boots, it makes a backup of that configuration. If the startup option to boot from last known working configuration is selected, that working backup is used instead of the current Windows configuration. This can help resolve reboot issues like those detailed in this question. Flashcard 175. A system administrator is configuring a lab computer that will run 5 server VMs at the same time. Which of the following hardware resources will be the most important for this configuration? A. CPU. B. Storage space. C. Video adapter. D. NIC. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Storage space. Adding 5 virtual machines to a single device would require as much storage space as 5 separate operating systems. Of the available options, the system storage will be used the most. Flashcard 176. A user would like a tablet that can control the television volume and cable box channels at home. Which of the following tablet features would most likely be required? A. NFC. B. Bluetooth. C. or D. Hotspot. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. IR infrared communication is a line-of-sight connection that is commonly used for low-bandwidth applications over a relatively short distance. Infrared is commonly used to control televisions and other home entertainment systems. Flashcard 177. Which of the following would provide segmentation of broadcast domains on the same physical switch? A. VLAN B, DNS C, VPN D, DHCP. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. VLAN. A VLAN virtual local area network is used to segment interfaces on a single switch or across multiple switches. This allows a network administrator to separate networks on a single switch instead of installing multiple physical switches. Flashcard 178. A user is reporting that every page printed from a networked laser printer appears as garbled graphics and text characters. Which of the following is the most likely cause of this issue? A. Incorrect printer driver. B. Damaged network cable. C. Printer is low on memory. D. Toner is low. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Incorrect printer driver. The printer driver formats a print job into a language that the printer can understand. If the incorrect driver is used, the language sent to the printer may not be interpreted correctly, and the output may appear very different than the original document. In extreme cases, the output may appear as readable pages of garbled text and graphics. Flashcard 179. During a presentation in a conference room, the lamp in an LCD projector is turning off every 5 minutes and back on 5 minutes later. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this issue? A. The video cable is faulty. B. The display lamp has failed. C. The cooling process is failing. D. The display resolution is incorrect. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. The cooling process is failing. If an LCD liquid crystal display projector becomes overheated, it will automatically turn off to protect the bulb and other components. This is similar to the automatic protections found in laptop and desktop computers, and once the system cools down, it can be restarted. If the cooling fans are blocked or not working, this process may continue the cycle until the cooling problem is resolved. Flashcard 180. A system administrator has just completed a memory upgrade on a database server. When starting the system, this message is displayed: boot device not found. The BIOS configuration does not show any hard drives in the system. Which of the following would be the next best troubleshooting step? A. Replace the hard drive. B. Upgrade the BIOS. C. Check the hard drive cables. D. Modify the BIOS boot sequence. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Check the hard drive cables. A memory upgrade would require work inside of a computer case, and it's very easy to accidentally unseat or disconnect other cables. Since the only change was the memory upgrade, a change to the storage subsystem would not be expected. The most likely cause would be a cable issue. Flashcard 181. If a laptop's inverter is faulty, which of the following would be the most likely result? A. The battery will not recharge. B. The system will not power on. C. The screen will be difficult to see. D. The USB interfaces will not be powered. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. The screen will be difficult to see. The inverter is used to convert the DC direct current power inside of the laptop to AC alternating current. The AC power is then used to power the CCFL cold cathode fluorescent lamp backlights found in older laptop computers. Without the backlight, it will be very difficult to see the information displayed on an LCD liquid crystal display screen. Flashcard 182. What is the most common use for the switch on a computer's power supply? A. Sets the input voltage. B. Controls the speed of the CPU. C. Sets the cooling fan speed. D. Boots from different operating system partitions. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Sets the input voltage. The input voltage to a power supply should match the capabilities of the power supply unit. Many power supply units are auto-switching, and they will automatically adjust between 120 volts and 240 volts based on the input voltage. Alternatively, some power supply units have a switch that must be manually set to specify input voltage. Flashcard 183. Which of these devices would be required to use an 802.1Q trunk? A. Router. B. Repeater. C. Managed switch. D. Cable modem. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Managed switch. A managed switch includes features not found in an unmanaged switch, such as traffic prioritization, redundancy support, remote management, and FLAN virtual local area network support for connectivity to other switches via 802.1Q. Flashcard 184. Rodney, a user in the manufacturing department, would like to have a local backup of his iPhone data. Which of the following would provide this backup? A. Download the phone data from iCloud. B. Use iTunes to perform a local backup. C. Connect the iPhone directly to an external storage device. D. Connect using USB and copy the files from File Manager. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Use iTunes to perform a local backup. Apple's iTunes application can be used to manage iOS devices, and it also includes a backup and restore feature. Backups can be performed over a wireless connection or from a directly connected iOS device. Flashcard 185. A network administrator needs to connect Ethernet between two buildings that are located across the parking lot from each other. The total distance between the buildings is approximately 400 meters. Which of the following technologies would be the best choice for this installation? A. Coax-B. Category 6 AC. Fiber. D. Up. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Fiber optic communication can extend over very long distances using light instead of radio frequencies. Since the maximum supported distance of most Ethernet connections using copper are 100 meters, any type of connection that needs additional distance would be a good candidate for fiber optic cabling. Flashcard 186. A systems administrator needs to configure a smartphone to retrieve email messages from the corporate mail server. Which of the following protocols could be configured for this purpose? PIC2A, IMAP-B, AFP-C, SMTP-D, LDAP-E, HOP3F, SNMP-G, SMB. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. IMAP and E. POP3. The two most common protocols used to retrieve email messages are IMAP Internet Message Access Protocol and POP3 Post Office Protocol 3. Flashcard 187. An administrator would like to maintain an inventory of company-owned smartphones in a central database. Which of the following would allow the administrator to identify a unique physical mobile device? A. IP address. B. MAC. Phone number. D. PRO. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. IMEI International Mobile Equipment Identity is a unique number associated with a physical device. No other mobile phone or cellular device in the world shares the same IMEI, so it's a common way to reliably identify a unique mobile device. Flashcard 188. Which of these cloud computing architectures would best describe several organizations sharing the same resources? A. Community. B. iOS. C. Public. D. Hybrid. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Community. A community cloud model is often used by multiple organizations to build a pool of resources with their combined financial contributions. This multi-tenant model provides a shared cloud-based deployment to organizations with similar goals and objectives. Flashcard 189. What port should be configured in a firewall to block secure terminal communication? A. 23B, 443C, 22D, 110. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. 22 port 22 is used by SSH Secure Shell, the encrypted terminal communication protocol. Flashcard 190. The cooling fan controller in a server is failing. The server administrator has tested possible reasons for the failures and has created a plan for correcting the issue. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Verify the fan controller is working properly. B. List possible reasons for the controller failure. C. Present the plan to the change control team. D. Test for full functionality. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Present the plan to the change control team. Change control is an important part of the troubleshooting process for any organization. When the change control committee approves the plan, the fix can be tested and the issue can be documented. Flashcard 191. A desktop administrator is troubleshooting an LCD display that shows a faint image at the bottom right of the screen. The faint image is displayed even when spreadsheets or browser screens are shown. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this issue? A. Stuck pixels. B. Incorrect resolution. C. Bad video cable. D. Burn-in. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Burn-in. If an image is shown on a screen for an extended period of time, the display may continue to show a faint ghost of the image after the display has changed. This burn-in may be temporary, but it can be permanent in extreme circumstances. Flashcard 192. A systems administrator is troubleshooting a laptop that appears to boot normally, but nothing appears on the LCD display. After closer inspection, the administrator notices that text appears on the display, but the output is so faint that it's difficult to see anything. What is the most likely cause of this issue? A. The video card is faulty. B. The laptop is not receiving enough power. C. The video driver is not configured properly. D. The inverter is faulty. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer D. The inverter is faulty. The inverter on some LCD liquid crystal display screens is used to convert the internal DC direct current to AC alternating current for use by the CCFL cold cathode fluorescent lamp backlights. If the inverter has failed, the backlights will not operate and it will be very difficult to read the information on the LCD screen. Flashcard 193. A network administrator has installed a 50-meter network connection from one side of the building to the other, and now he would like to make sure that the punchdowns and crimps are connected to the correct pins on each side. Which of these tools would be the best way to confirm the wiring map? A. Multimeter. B. Cable tester. C. Toner probe. D. Loopback plug. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer B. Cable tester. A cable tester can quickly perform a wire map to determine if all of the wires were properly crimped or punched down on both ends of the cable. Flashcard 194. Which of these characteristics would be most associated with a thin client workstation? A. Multiple CPUs. B. Specialized GPU. C. Network connectivity. D. Maximum RAM installed. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer C. Network connectivity. Thin client computers are viewing applications that are run on a separate computer across the network, so the hardware requirements would be minimal. Since most of the application use occurs across the network, the NIC network interface card would be an important component of any thin client. Flashcard 195. A user in the shipping department would like to connect multiple displays to a desktop computer. Which of the following would support this requirement? Pick 2A. RJ45B. Lightning C. Fiber D. HDMI E. DP9F. DVI-D. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer D. HDMI and F. DVI-D. HDMI High Definition Multimedia Interface and DVI-D Digital Visual Interface Digital are two common video connections. Some video adapters will provide multiple video connection types and allow different video outputs for each interface. Flashcard 196. A user is trying to listen to a playlist on a pair of wireless speakers, but the speakers are not visible from the music app. The user has restarted the smartphone and the speakers, but the problem has not been resolved. Which of the following would be the best way to correct this issue? A. Restart the smartphone. B. Pair the smartphone with the speakers. C. Replace the speakers. D. Install updated drivers in the smartphone. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer B. Pair the smartphone with the speakers. A Bluetooth device must be paired with a mobile phone or tablet to appear available to applications. Once the Bluetooth speakers are paired with the smartphone, the speakers should appear in the music app. Flashcard 197. A network administrator has configured a wireless network to use two contiguous 20 MHz bonded channels on the 2.4 GHz band. Which of these wireless standards is in use? A. 802.11 ACB, 802.11 BC, 802.11 ND, 802.11 G. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer C. 802.11 and the 802.11n standard can operate with 20 MHz channel bandwidths or two contiguous 20 MHz channels to provide a 40 MHz channel bandwidth. If the 802.11n network is using the 2.4 GHz range, much of the available bandwidth will be consumed with this single 40 MHz transmission range. Flashcard 198. A system administrator has found that other companies in the same office building have been connecting to her private wireless network. Which of the following would limit this access to the wireless network? A. Enable WPA2 encryption. B. Change the wireless channel. C. Assign CoS values. D. Configure NAT. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Enable WPA2 encryption. WPA2 Wi-Fi protected access Roman 2 encrypts network traffic and prevents unauthorized users from accessing the wireless network. Flashcard 199. A network engineer is installing a cable modem at a remote site. Which of these connectors would commonly be found on a cable modem? A. BNC-B ESA to C. SCSI D. F connector. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. F connector. The F connector is the common coax screw-on connector used for television cable or cable modems. A cable modem installation will often use coax from the cable provider, and the F connector is used to connect the coax to the cable modem. Flashcard 200. A technician has just upgraded the memory on a desktop computer. After the computer runs for a few minutes, the system locks up completely and does not respond to keyboard or mouse input. After rebooting, no error messages are found in Event Viewer. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Reinstall the operating system. B. Upgrade the BIOS. C. Update device drivers. D. Run hardware diagnostics. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Run hardware diagnostics. Issues that result in the system hanging without any additional information can be frustrating to troubleshoot. Since there are no error messages or log entries associated with the issue, the best option would be to perform a hardware diagnostic and at least confirm that the hardware is working as expected. Flashcard 201. Which of these network types would most likely be categorized as a WAN? A. A point-to-point connection to an office in another country. B. A fiber connection to a building across a campus. C. A connection to a remote office on the other side of town. D. A link between a mobile device and an automobile. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. A point-to-point connection to an office in another country. WAN wide area network connections are between locations in different cities, states, or countries. Flashcard 202. Which of these tools would be the most appropriate when working with 110 blocks? A. Loopback plug. B. Multimeter. C. Crimper. D. Punchdown tool. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Punchdown tool. Punchdown tools are used to attach individual wires into punchdown blocks such as the 66 block or 110 block. The punchdown tool pushes wires into the block and cuts any excess wire from the block. Flashcard 203. A system administrator is configuring the IP address settings on a remote server. Which of these settings would enable the server to communicate with other devices using a fully qualified domain name? A. DHCP. IP address C. DNSD. Subnet mask. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. DNS. A DNS domain name system server provides the conversion between fully qualified domain names and IP Internet Protocol addresses. With a DNS, we can refer to servers by their name instead of using IP addresses. Flashcard 204. Which of the following devices makes forwarding decisions based on destination IP address? A. Repeater B. Router C. Hub D. Managed switch. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Router. A router decides the next hop of an packet based on the packet's destination IP Internet Protocol address. Flashcard 205. A system administrator has been tasked with running an application from one system architecture on a computer running a completely different system architecture. Which of the following would best describe this requirement? A. Virtualization B. Elevation C. Emulation D. Synchronization. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Emulation. The best environment for running an application is the system architecture in which it was originally designed. However, there may be instances where the original architecture may be unavailable. In those instances, it may be possible to emulate the original system architecture on a completely different computing system. Flashcard 206. A user in the accounting department had a new laptop delivered and installed, but they are reporting that the network throughput seems much slower than the previous computer. Which of the following would be the most likely cause of these slow transfer speeds? A. Incorrect SID B. Devices assigned in a PIP address C. Incorrect gateway configuration D. Duplex mismatch E. Device is assigned an RFC 1918 address. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Duplex mismatch. A mismatch of half duplex and full duplex will not cause a total disruption of network communication, but it will cause the network to have slow performance. Flashcard 207. A workstation is configured with a video card that outputs DVI-D, but it needs to connect to an LCD projector that requires an HDMI connection. Which of the following would be the best way to connect this workstation to the projector? A. DVI-D to HDMI adapter B. Digital to analog converter C. VGA to HDMI adapter D. USB to HDMI converter. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. DVI-D to HDMI adapter. DVI-D digital visual interface digital and HDMI high-definition multimedia interface are electrically compatible and only require an interface adapter to connect between devices. No conversion of the video signal is required between DVI-D and HDMI. Flashcard 208. An Android user needs to transfer some presentations from their desktop computer to their smartphone. Which of the following would be the best choice? A. Lightning B. RJ45C. USB-C D. Thunderbolt. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer C. USB-C. USB-C is a connection type used on many Android-based devices. Flashcard 209. What type of network connection is commonly used by DSL? A. Coax B. Fiber optic C. Line of sight D. Twisted pair copper. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer D. Twisted pair copper DSL digital subscriber line networks use the same twisted pair copper as traditional phone lines. Flashcard 210. A workstation has been configured with a gigabit NIC, RAID array, and a series of hard drives. Which of the following would be the most likely use of this workstation? A. NAS B. CAD/CAM workstation C. Gaming PC D. Thin client. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer A. NAS. A NAS network attached storage device is a centralized storage facility on the network. A NAS commonly uses RAID redundant array of independent disks to provide uptime and availability should a drive fail. Flashcard 211. A system administrator has just built a new server with an 8-core CPU. When viewing information in Windows Task Manager, the utility shows CPU performance for 16 different processors. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this output? A. Task Manager displays CPU input and output separately. B. The CPU supports hyperthreading. C. The BIOS requires an upgrade to support the newer CPU. D. The CPU is faulty. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer B. The CPU supports hyperthreading. HTT hyperthreading technology provides additional processing efficiency by treating a single CPU central processing unit as two separate processors. Although this does not provide twice the performance, it can increase processing efficiency by 15 to 30%. Flashcard 212. What type of proprietary Apple connector can be plugged in face up or face down? A. Lightning B. Thunderbolt C. Firewire D. USB-C. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer A. Lightning. The Apple Lightning connector is only found on Apple devices, and it allows for a higher power output to charge larger phone and tablets. The connector can also be plugged in either face up or face down. Flashcard 213. Which of the following best describes elasticity in cloud computing? A. A cloud-based application framework is used to build more complex apps. B. The cloud operates in an internal virtualized data center. C. All cloud storage is managed from a central pool. D. The cloud resources can scale up as needed. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer D. The cloud resources can scale up as needed. Rapid elasticity is a cloud computing characteristic that allows the scaling up and down of cloud-based applications on an as-needed basis. Flashcard 214. A network administrator has been asked to control network access to destination websites based on the URL. Which of the following would provide this functionality? A. CoSB. Whitelisting. C. NAT. D. MAC filtering. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer B. Whitelisting allows an administrator to limit all access through a device unless the content has been previously approved and configured in the device. This is a very restrictive security posture, but it does provide extensive control of network traffic flows. In this example, the whitelists are based on the URL Uniform Resource Locator of a website, commonly referenced as the website address. Flashcard 215. Which of the following would be most commonly associated with a KVM switch? A. DB9B 802.11c VGAD. B and C. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. VGA Video Graphics Array is a standard video format that's often used on KVM keyboard/video/mouse switches. USB Universal Serial Bus or PS/2 personal system/2 interfaces would be commonly connected to the keyboard and mouse ports. Flashcard 216. A user has reported that they can't browse to Google's search page at https://www.google.com. The workstation IP address is 192.168.1.5. The subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. The default gateway is 192.168.1.1. And the domain name servers are 10.2.2.1 and 10.2.2.2. A technician can successfully ping the local IP address, the default gateway, and Google's DNS server at 8.8.8.8. Which of the following is the most likely cause of this issue? A. The Ethernet adapter's duplex setting is incorrect. B. The default gateway is faulty. C. The internet connection is down. D. The DNS servers are faulty. E. The client's default gateway configuration is incorrect. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. The DNS servers are faulty. The DNS domain name system servers are responsible for converting a name www.google.com to an IP address. If the DNS servers are not working, then an IP address for a device cannot be resolved and the communications process can't continue. Flashcard 217. A user in the facilities department is having an issue printing their complex blueprints to a network laser printer. When they pick up their output, the top half of the blueprint is printed, but the bottom half of the page is completely blank. Which of these is the most likely cause of this issue? A. Network is faulty. B. Printer is out of memory. C. The fuser is not operating. D. Printer is out of toner. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Printer is out of memory. A laser printer must render an entire page in memory before starting the printing process. If a complex image exhausts the available memory, only a portion of the page will be printed. Flashcard 218. A user is connecting their laptop to a docking station for the first time, but is not able to see any video output. The USB keyboard and mouse connected to the docking station appear to be working normally. Which of the following should be the next troubleshooting task? A. Use the secondary FN display key. B. Toggle airplane mode on the laptop. C. Install an updated video driver. D. Enable external video output in the laptop BIOS. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Use the secondary FN display key. The FN function key on a laptop is used to control laptop features without requiring additional keys or buttons. Most laptops will include a FN key that will enable the external video display and select the type of video that will appear on the external screen. Flashcard 219. Two computers in a test lab are used to transfer files to each other over a wireless network, but the test lab does not have an access point. Which of the following would best describe this connection? A. WPA2 mode. B. Ad hoc mode. C. SID mode. D. Infrastructure mode. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Ad hoc mode. Ad hoc mode configures a device to communicate directly to another device using the wireless network adapter. With ad hoc mode, a central access point is not required to communicate to another device. Flashcard 220. A Windows computer is configured to obtain an IP address automatically. Which of the following would occur if the automatic assignment process was not working? A. The IP address would be set to point .n. A link local address would be assigned. C. The Ethernet adapter would be disabled. D. The last known good IP address would be used. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. A link local address would be assigned if a device is configured to obtain an IP address from a DHCP Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol server and the DHCP server is not available, and a PIPA automatic private IP addressing address or link local address would be self-assigned. Flashcard 221. A web server administrator has received a notification that disk 1 in a RAID 5 array has failed. Which of the following would be the best next step to resolve this drive failure? A. Replace disk 1 and restore from backup. B. Replace all drives and restore from backup. C. Replace all drives and rebuild the array. D. Replace disk 1 and rebuild the array. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Replace disk 1 and rebuild the array. A RAID 5 redundant array of independent disks. Level 5 array is designed to maintain data availability in the event of a single drive failure. In this example, it's unlikely that the users even realize that one of the drives on the array was suddenly unavailable, because the array would continue to operate normally with all data intact. To resolve this issue, the bad drive would need to be replaced and the array would rebuild the data on the new drive using the redundant data from other drives. Flashcard 222. EOT devices can build connections between each other to increase the overall network communication distance. Which of the following would best describe this type of network? A. PAN. B. LAN. C. WMND. MEN. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. WMN. A WMN wireless mesh network is commonly used by EOT Internet of Things devices to extend the overall reach of the network. All devices connect to each other to create a mesh cloud that can be used by all of the EOT devices. Flashcard 223. A user in the accounting department is reporting that all of the printed pages from a networked laser printer are completely blank. Nothing appears to be written on any of the printed pages. Which of the following would be the most likely cause of this issue? A. User is faulty. B. Print drivers are incorrect. C. Printer out of memory. D. Toner cartridge is faulty. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer D. Toner cartridge is faulty if the toner cartridge is completely empty or is not properly providing toner to the printer. Then nothing will be printed on the final output. Flashcard 224. A systems administrator has just installed a new server in a data center. When pressing the power button, there's no response from the server, no lights appear on the front display, and no fans are spinning. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this issue? A. An operating system is not installed on the server. B. The power supply switch is set to the wrong input voltage. C. The BIOS needs to be upgraded. D. The keyboard and mouse are not connected. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer B. The power supply switch is set to the wrong input voltage if the data center power provides 120 volts and the computer's power supply is set to 240 volts. The computer will not be able to start. Some power supplies will attempt to start with the lower voltage while other power supplies will not work at all. In either case, the computer is not going to perform properly with the lower voltage and may be damaged by the difference in expected voltage. Flashcard 225. Which of the following services would automatically provide an IP address to any device connected to the network? A. DNS. B. Proxy. C. IPS. D. DHCP. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer D. DHCP Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol is used to automatically assign IP addresses to network devices. A device configured to use DHCP will be assigned an IP address without any intervention from the user or network administrator. Flashcard 226. A quality assurance team is planning to use a single workstation to simultaneously test an application across multiple operating systems. Which of the following components would be most important for this workstation? A. Enhanced sound card. B. Gigabit NICC. Dual monitors. D. Maximum RAM. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer D. Maximum RAM. Running multiple operating systems simultaneously on a single system will require extensive CPU and RAM usage. Flashcard 227. A computer lab is purchasing supplies for their 3D printers. Which of the following should be included on this order? A. Toner cartridge. B. Ink ribbon. C. Plastic filament. D. Ink cartridge. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer C. Plastic filament. 3D printers melt plastic filament in layers to create a 3D object. Flashcard 228. A network administrator has configured a system to operate in infrastructure mode. Which of the following would best describe this mode? A. The wireless network communicates through an access point. B. The BIOS settings cannot be changed without an administrator password. C. No changes can be made to the operating system files. D. All file shares are stored on a central NAS. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer A. The wireless network communicates through an access point. Infrastructure mode uses an access point to communicate with other devices on the network. Ad hoc mode communicates directly to another device without using an access point. Flashcard 229. A server administrator is building a web server with 3 hard disk drives. The storage for the server requires the fastest possible access, and redundancy is not a primary requirement. Which of the following would be the best choice for this server? A. RAID 10B, RAID 1C, RAID 0D, RAID 5. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. RAID 0. RAID redundant array of independent disks level 0 does not provide any redundancy, but it will efficiently stripe data across multiple drives. RAID 0 does not require the duplication of data or calculation of parity, so it's commonly considered the fastest access of the RAID levels. Flashcard 230. A network engineer is troubleshooting the connection of a tablet to a cellular provider's network. Which of these would best describe this network connection? A. Integrated Services Digital Network. B. Long-term Evolution. C. Media Access Control. D. Near-field communication. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Long-term evolution. Long-term evolution, or LTE, is a converged standard used by mobile providers to provide high-speed communication over cellular frequencies. Flashcard 231. A developer has requested a server for testing a new application. To complete this request, the system administrator logs into his cloud console and allocates a new server configuration. Which of the following describes this process? A. Metered. B. Resource pooling. C. Measured. D. On demand. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. On-demand. The characteristic of on-demand self-service is an important aspect of cloud computing. With an on-demand process, system administrators can instantly create, modify, or delete services. This provides the flexibility to build an application infrastructure for any service at any time. Flashcard 232. A user is complaining that their laptop keyboard is displaying numbers when letter keys are pressed. When you look at the laptop, you confirm that pressing some of the letters on the keyboard shows numbers on the screen. What is the most likely cause of this problem? A. Windows has remapped the keyboard layout. B. The secondary function key has enabled numlock. C. The caps lock key is enabled. D. The laptop's keyboard is faulty. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. The secondary function key has enabled numlock. The smaller keyboard on laptop has a limited amount of space available. To resolve this lack of real estate, many manufacturers will add a secondary FN function key to the keyboard that will toggle between a normal key and a secondary function. This allows manufacturers to have the same functionality as a full-size keyboard with a smaller number of physical keys. If the FN key enables numlock, then the keyboard letters will operate as a numeric keypad. Flashcard 233. Which of the following would be commonly used to connect a chip reader to a point-of-sale terminal? A. TRS-B, BNCC, VDAD, USB. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. USB Universal Serial Bus is a common interface to use for mouse, keyboard, printers, and many other peripheral connections. The chip reader used on a point-of-sale terminal commonly connects over this USB interface. Flashcard 234. A server administrator has recently upgraded the CPU in one of his database servers, and he has also installed a new heatsink and a CPU fan. Unfortunately, the computer is now powering down after 10 minutes of normal use. Which of the following is the most likely reason for this issue? A. Insufficient thermal paste. B. Overloaded power supply. C. The OS is out of memory. D. Incorrect BIOS configuration. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Insufficient thermal paste. If a computer runs for a number of minutes and suddenly shuts down, then heat is probably the root cause of the issue. Since this system was just upgraded and the cooling system was changed, the most likely reason for this problem is related to the cooling of the CPU. Flashcard 235. Which of the following technologies performs best when reading a text-based document in direct sunlight? A. Tablet. B. Smartphone. C. E-reader. D. Augmented reality glasses. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. E-reader. The electronic ink or electronic paper used on e-readers allows their screens to be viewed easily in bright light. Flashcard 236. The mouse on a desktop computer has stopped operating. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Replace the mouse. B. View device manager. C. Reinstall the mouse driver. D. Move the mouse to a different USB interface. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. View device manager. The first step of the troubleshooting process is to identify the problem. Before making any changes, it's important to research the issue and gather as much information as possible. Flashcard 237. A network administrator is viewing the interface statistics on a WAN router and has noticed that error rates are increasing. The administrator has replaced the WAN cables, but the errors continue. Which of the following tools should be used to best troubleshoot this issue? A. Loopback plug. B. Toner probe. C. Multimeter. D. Cable tester. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Loopback plug. A loopback plug is useful when running diagnostics on a device interface. Data is sent out an interface, and the loopback plug redirects that data back to the interface. By comparing the data sent and received, the technician can determine if an interface may not be operating properly. Flashcard 238. Which part of the laser printing process requires extensive use of printer memory? A. Processing. B. Fusing. C. Transferring. D. Exposing. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Processing. The processing phase is the first phase of the laser printing process. The printer builds the entire page in memory before the rest of the printing processes can continue. Flashcard 239. An administrator is trying to print some customer letters on company letterhead, but the multi-tray laser printer is printing everything on plain paper. Which of the following is the most likely cause of this issue? A. Print spooler has crashed. B. Printer hardware is faulty. C. Tray selection in the printer driver is incorrect. D. Printer does not support printing on letterhead. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Tray selection in the printer driver is incorrect. Many organizations will use a multi-tray printer with plain paper in one tray and letterhead in the other. The printer driver allows the user to configure and select certain printer functions, including the print tray that will be used during the printing process. Flashcard 240. Walter, a hardware technician, has been asked to purchase a system that will be used as a database server. One of the specifications for the server requires the system to detect and correct memory errors during operation. Which of the following would be the best option for this project? A. Parity memory. B. Single channel. C. EC. D. SODIMM. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. ECC error correcting code memory is designed to both identify memory errors and correct them if possible. It's common to see ECC RAM random access memory used in servers to minimize any potential downtime. Flashcard 241. A system administrator is replacing a cracked LCD display on a Windows laptop. Which of the following would be the most important component to test after this replacement? A. Trackpad. B. Wireless network. C. USB devices. D. Primary storage drive. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Wireless network. The antenna wires of the 802.11 wireless and Bluetooth adapters commonly wrap around the laptop display for the best possible height. When replacing the display, it's important to make sure that the wires are properly installed and have not detached from the antenna connectors on the wireless adapter or motherboard. Flashcard 242. Which of the following would be most associated with M.2? A. HDD. Hybrid. C. RAID. D. SSD. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. SSDs solid-state drives are storage devices that use non-volatile memory and have no moving parts. The M.2 interface is a small form factor interface that allows for high-throughput storage in a smaller footprint than a 2.5-inch storage drive. Flashcard 243. A user in the accounting department is reporting that her smartwatch is not synchronizing with her mobile phone. The phone is powered on and unlocked, but the phone does not show the smartwatch in a list of available devices. Which of the following would most likely solve this issue? A. Enable NFC on the mobile phone. B. Disable Wi-Fi on the mobile phone. C. Enable Bluetooth on the mobile phone. D. Restart the phone and smartwatch. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is C. Enable Bluetooth on the mobile phone. The PAN personal area network used for connectivity between local devices is Bluetooth. So enabling Bluetooth on the phone should allow the watch and phone to communicate to each other. Flashcard 244. A computer used for testing high-resolution gaming displays has a high-end video adapter and DisplayPort video connection. The computer works properly for word processing and spreadsheets, but it powers down after only a few minutes of graphics testing. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this issue? A. The storage drive is not fast enough for the testing application. B. The CPU fan is faulty. C. The video display is not properly connected. D. One of the memory modules is faulty. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. The CPU fan is faulty if a system powers off after some intense CPU central processing unit utilization. Then the issue is most likely associated with heat or power. Most computers have many different temperature sensors that will recognize when the system gets too hot, and they will automatically power down to prevent damaging the CPU, memory, and other hardware. Flashcard 245. A network administrator has created a configuration that provides a server with the same IP address each time the server is started. Which of the following would best describe this configuration? A. Link local address B. IP reservation C. Default gateway D. A PIPA. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. IP reservation and IP Internet Protocol reservation is usually configured on a DHCP Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol server to ensure that specific devices always receive the same IP address. This is commonly done to ensure that important network resources are always available using the same IP address. Flashcard 246. Which of the following best describes a hypervisor? A. Manages the resources required for virtualization B. Increases the overall CPU efficiency of a computer C. Improves the throughput of network communication D. Prevents malware from executing in secure areas of memory E. Caches CPU transactions to provide an overall faster response time. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. Manages the resources required for virtualization. Hypervisor, or virtual machine manager, is the software that manages the connection between the physical world and the virtual machine. The hypervisor is commonly associated with the management of the CPU central processing unit, memory, networking, and security on the virtual machines. Flashcard 247. A network technician is installing a new copper gigabit Ethernet connection, but when they plug in the network cable, the status light indicators are dark. Which of the following would be the most likely status of the network connection? A. The DHCP server has not assigned an IP address B. There is no signal on the Ethernet cable C. The Ethernet link is running at 100 megabits per second instead of 1 gigabit per second D. The primary DNS server is not responding. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. There is no signal on the Ethernet cable. At least one light on the Ethernet adapter is commonly associated with the link status. The link light will turn on if a signal is identified on the Ethernet cable. Most Ethernet adapters will have lights to indicate the status of an Ethernet signal and the speed of the link. Flashcard 248. A finance manager is printing a contract that is designed to be printed on both sides of the page, but the printer is only providing output on one side of the paper. Which of the following options would resolve this issue? A. Collate B. Caching C. Orientation D. Duplex. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is D. Duplex. The duplex setting on a printer enables printing on both sides of the page without requiring a person to manually flip the pages over. Flashcard 249. A technician is troubleshooting a mobile phone that turns off after about an hour of normal use. Before powering off, the phone displays the message, "High temperature detected." The phone is used inside the building at room temperature and is not used in direct sunlight. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this issue? A. An app is using a large amount of CPU. B. The Wi-Fi network is overloaded. C. The battery has low voltage. D. The mobile phone has an invalid certificate. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is A. An app is using a large amount of CPU. Electronic devices generate a lot of heat, and the amount of heat from a CPU increases dramatically as it is used. Although most mobile devices will dissipate the heat using passive cooling, it's still possible to overheat the device in certain circumstances. Flashcard 250. The help desk has received a ticket that a desktop computer is reporting slow performance. The hard drive access LEDs are continuously lit, and it takes 60 seconds to load a file that previously took 5 seconds. The CPU and memory utilization statistics show minimal resource use. Which of the following would be the best next step? A. Upgrade the RAM. B. Replace the hard drive. C. Upgrade the BIOS. D. Boot to safe mode. E. Upgrade the power supply. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Replace the hard drive. Slow file access and a low amount of memory, and CPU utilization indicates a problem with the hard drive. Performing a backup and replacing the drive should return the system to normal operation. Flashcard 251. The mouse on a desktop computer has stopped operating. Which of the following would be the best next troubleshooting step? A. Replace the mouse. B. View device manager. C. Reinstall the mouse driver. D. Move the mouse to a different USB interface. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. View device manager. The first step of the troubleshooting process is to identify the problem. Before making any changes, it's important to research the issue and gather as much information as possible. Flashcard 252. A user in the marketing department was using their computer to send some email messages. The computer made an unexpected loud pop and immediately powered down. The computer would not respond to additional attempts to power it back on. Which of the following would be the most likely cause of this issue? A. Incorrect video refresh rate. B. Faulty capacitor. C. Incomplete software update. D. Bad memory module. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Faulty capacitor. Not all capacitors pop when they fail, but often a loud pop inside of a computer is related to a blown capacitor. The second symptom of the immediate powering off of the system also helps make the case that a capacitor is to blame. Flashcard 253. A manager in the shipping department needs to connect their laptop to wireless portable speakers while in the office. Which of these should be configured on their laptop? A. Tethering. B. Bluetooth. C. NFC. D. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is B. Bluetooth. Most external portable speakers use Bluetooth to receive audio signals from a mobile device. Bluetooth has the best fit for connectivity options, distance requirements, and bandwidth for sending audio data. Flashcard 254. A technician has 2 hard disk drives that need to be configured redundantly, and all information should be duplicated across physical drives. Which of the following should be configured? A. RAID 5B. RAID 1C. Dynamic disks. D. RAID 0. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer B. RAID 1. The RAID 1 redundant array of independent disks array keeps inexact, duplicative data across multiple drives. If one drive fails, the other drive containing the duplicated data continues to provide access to the data. Flashcard 255. A system administrator has connected a desktop computer to a new LCD monitor. After connecting the monitor, all of the desktop icons and windows appear oversized and larger than usual. Which of the following would be the best way to correct this issue? A. Modify the display resolution. B. Use a different LCD display. C. Replace the monitor cable. D. Restart the desktop computer. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer A. Modify the display resolution. The display resolution determines how many horizontal and vertical pixels are used when displaying information on a screen. If the resolution is set relatively low, then the screen information will appear larger than a higher resolution. To correct this oversized view, the system administrator will need to configure a higher resolution setting on the desktop computer. Flashcard 256. A company is developing a product that will monitor users' heart rate and sleep patterns. Which category best fits this type of product? A. Augmented reality. B. Tablet. C. Smartphone. D. Wearable. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer D. Wearable products are designed to be worn on the body and can constantly monitor health information and other nearby sensors. Fitness monitors are a common wearable technology. Flashcard 257. A system administrator is installing a new LCD projector in the company conference room. Which of the following would most likely be used with this projector? A. Lightning. B. UP. C. Coaxial. D. HDMI. Think of the answer before the reveal. The answer is the answer D. HDMI high-definition multimedia interface is a common interface for transmitting audio and video to televisions, displays, and projectors.